All right, hello everybody. I don't know if I want to start the stream off with a big old rant about UPS, or if I should like work my way up to it. So my original intention today, because I was sort of on the path to I was sort of on a path of getting back to some like regular starts closer to 7. And I think some of the changes in my schedule at work will probably let me be a little more consistent with my start times. So, you know what, let's tell this story. I'll load the game, maybe we can do some... Yeah, this is the... maybe I'll like mine some planets or something like that while I'm telling this story. Because I hate UPS. I've always hated UPS, but I did not know that they could actually get worse than what they actually are. And I have a big platform, and I guess you all have to suffer because of it. No.
No messages for you, Commander.
Yeah, you know what? Let's maybe just start by doing some mining. That way, I can just I'll talk a little bit, and it won't be like I'll basically be able to get more than one thing done at once. So I'm starting off at mica. With any luck, I won't need to buy any more. I won't need to buy any more probes, and that way the trip to picking up new things will be a little bit easier. So yeah, for those of you that... Okay, so let's start at the beginning.
Probe away.
And this is actually some good news. So there was back in October, seeing as it is November 2nd, GMT Games had sort of their first proper sale in quite some time, and it was a doozy. It was, I believe it was half off of everything that wasn't a Project 500 title. So for those of you, actually, you know what, this won't even be about UPS at the beginning, because I think it's cool to talk about interesting things that people are doing. Apparently, GMT was into Kickstarter before Kickstarter was a thing. So, think a little bit about board games. You know, in the 1970s, you have things like the Campaign for North Africa, which takes just this absolutely enormous amount of time to play. Like, I don't even know if the thing was ever really intended to be played, so much as it was just this monument to... you know, to what you could do in a board game. I almost kind of wonder if this is something that was like begging to be a computer game before, you know, computer games were properly a thing. Because I'm almost wondering, like, I would be fascinated to know if you were to sort of operationalize the Campaign for North Africa rules, how close you would approach something like Hearts of Iron. So probably one of the better examples that you can get is something like a company called SPI. But basically, it's, you know, board games are cool. You know, computer gaming isn't so much of a thing. Definitely not in terms of what... Definitely in terms of what,
Probe launched.
like, I'm trying to think of the best way to put this. Like, I don't really know. So I didn't really experience this. But basically... So I know the name Jim Dunnigan, and he's actually written a book on war games. But basically you have companies like SPI sort of producing these interesting war games, and some of them are like war simulations, and some of them are sort of these abstraction of ideas. There were like fantasy ones, there were ones that were really an effort to try and represent sort of this credible sandbox, or maybe not even sandbox, but this credible like effort to capture some important thing in a recreation of a historical war. And so in some of these cases you would, or even just a battle. And so in some cases you would even have sort of like win conditions where so long as you did better than the historical performance of the side you were representing, then you would sort of quote unquote win. Farlas, one of a trio of asteroids formed around an element 0 core. Farlas is easiest to mine for its low yield ESO. Carbonaceous asteroid, Farlas has trace water-bearing minerals and organic carbon in the form of kerogen. Currently, the asteroid is surrounded by quarry and mining ships extracting fuel for the flotilla. And me. Hello, Captain Shield. Oh, I'll get to the details in a minute. But one of the things is, despite the tremendous success of SPI, and there were, magazines dedicated to sort of wargaming and all sorts of things, the company went bankrupt. And one of the major reasons why the company went bankrupt is that, so if you think about board games, they are a fairly capital-intensive business. You have to produce a physical product. If you underestimate demand, then you simply do not have a thing that you can sell to people, and obviously there are sort of your costs are more favorable if you can print a whole bunch of things at once. But if you screw up, if you make something that people aren't interested in, then you have a whole bunch of units of an expensive thing that nobody wants. If you make a game that maybe just isn't good, you're gonna have a very hard time getting your money back. And so if a company like SPI that is like this legendary company with an incredibly talented sort of group of designers behind it, what hope does anybody else have in terms of making games, right? So GMT's answer was well, first of all, they make a different kind of game. But their other answer was to do this thing called Project 500. And essentially what would happen is that the community would sort of vote on what they would want. They would sort of pre-order this game at a discount. And the original plan was that if you got to 500 pre-orders, then they would print it. They would print more than 500. But essentially what would happen here is that the community would sort of show the viability of a product with their, they would vote with their wallets. And then subsequently, reprints of popular products would be based on a Project 500. So for instance, I'm quite interested in the Captain Shield, thank you very much for that, host. I'm quite interested in a product that they made called Next War Korea, which was the first one in this series that they make called Next War. And it's like what it sounds. It's sort of this effort to capture what modern war would be if an event happened. And the current ones available, or will be available, Korea, which is out of print but is in a Project 500 cycle right now, made the cut, although chances are it will print closer to 700, I think is what the email said. The second one was Taiwan. I own that. Then there was India, Pakistan, and Poland was recently released, and then they've announced the next episode or next board game, Vietnam, and then there's 2 supplemental packs of rules for it. And there's 2 sets of rules. There's basically basic rules and advanced rules. So this is like these things, the board is paper and all the counters are cardboard, and there's like the basic rules, which are still pretty complicated, and then there's the advanced rules, which are some of the most complicated you can get in a GMT game, period. But what's really interesting is that if you combine Next War, Korea, Taiwan, and assuming that Vietnam makes the cut, there will be rules for those. You get this whole sort of, Pacific theater in World War III, basically. So anyways, needless to say, and their big breakout game for, I think, sort of the mainstream, I mean, 538 did an article on it, Twilight Struggle, which I quite like. There's an okay app. I think the AI could be a little bit better personally. And as always with board games, I find it difficult to find people to play with. And of course, the challenge with Twilight Struggle is that if you're experienced, you can do very well. So I'm not very experienced with the game, but I know it better than the people who I'll play it with. So unfortunately, I was really hoping that there would be someone who I could grow with it, and that didn't happen. And so I think ultimately what's happened is that I've gained some of the experience from the couple of rounds I played with that person, and they fell off the face of the earth, basically. And I'm sort of stuck. If I play with someone, it's going to probably be not very enjoyable for them, because it's going to wind up just being this very stompy experience. But of course, if I go online, it's going to be the same thing for me. I'm going to wind up, running into some hardened veteran that just demolishes me. And there's worse things that could happen, but it would the game is so interesting because of the tension that it builds up. But anyway, so yeah. All of this is a very long way of saying GMT makes some cool stuff, and one of the ways that they have made sure that they don't suffer. So basically, if you're in an industry where sort of the most dominant player could not avoid bankruptcy from just sort of normal operations, it gives you pause. And the way that they were able to handle that is effectively they rely, they give a discount to people for that, but they essentially rely on their player base to tell them through purchases what's worth reprinting. So the thing is for me is that, at least by my standards, and especially because I find it difficult to find people to play games with, specifically board games, it's hard for me to justify the price, and they're a little it's a bit expensive, again, by my standards. That's not an objective statement on GMT. I don't really know how they compare to something like Fantasy Flight or some of these other Kickstarters, but basically Project 500 is a it's a pretty neat idea, and obviously now, everyone's like, oh, so it's like Kickstarter. It's like, yeah, but it was around before Kickstarter. Kickstarter eventually just found, like the people who are making board games on Kickstarter apparently, figured out or, sort of discovered slightly after GMT did that it's actually a really good way of financing something that has difficulty being financed. And the result is that we actually have a lot of really good games being made now, which I think is really encouraging. So, long story, well, not even long story short, but with all that out of the way, I'm pretty interested in GMT games. And they had their first sale in years, and it was half off of everything that wasn't one of these Project 500 things, which is an absolutely enormous discount for some of the things that they're getting. I mean, I'm assuming their margins are pretty good. These are largely just amalgamations of like cardboard and paper, but I'm gonna have to go back for more probes.
Probe launched.
So I sort of knew that this was coming. I had saved up a bit of money, and I didn't go crazy, but I definitely spent a healthy amount because it was a 3-paycheck month, and I do think these things are kind of cool.
Fuel reserves at 50%.
So that was due for delivery today, and I got a message from UPS, which is the only... So to begin with, I do not trust, I have never had a good experience with UPS. Unfortunately, for some merchants, it is the only option, and I have actually not ordered things from a merchant specifically because UPS was the only option. And at the moment, GMT is an exception to that because the things that they make are quite good. That very likely has changed tonight. So I get a notification, I think it's the day before yesterday or yesterday. UPS Quantum View, there's you've got a package that's on its way to be delivered to you. And my usual reaction to this is to say, do not try to deliver it to my apartment, because that has never worked. Drop it off at the closest UPS location, and I will pick it up. To my surprise, this time, I did this, and they said, $30, please. And I'm like, I am not paying you $30 to do your job for you. So I signed up for their sort of my choice thing, and they said your package is... So this morning, your package is in transit. It's on time to be delivered, and it will arrive between 12:15 and 4:45. Now, that's not really much of a window, especially because I'm going to be at work, right? But I'm like, okay. I sort of worked it out for myself that I will try to stop by at 4:45, and if I see that dreaded notice, so be it. And if they, I always sort of figure that this sort of thing is always going to be late. It's never going to be early. So I'm like, if I happen to get the chance, I'll maybe catch them. And I sit in the lobby of my apartment for what eventually I think became something like 3 hours and 45 minutes. Now, because I've constantly been on the phone with UPS customer service for other issues on other products, I know that apparently they do, their official word is that they do deliveries until 7 o'clock at night. But I've also heard that apparently you are supposed to at least make an attempt for everything you are assigned to, which kind of makes sense because I know that it sucks to work for one of these courier companies. But needless to say, I'm constantly checking the app, still saying it's in transit on time. I'm like, well, it's not, it's definitely not on time, but and at 7 o'clock I finally call. And I'm basically treated to the sound of a bunch of people talking in a call center, nobody on the other end, until I'm eventually put on hold, and then it hangs up after 4 minutes. So I'm like, all right, well, that's about the level of service that I expect from UPS. Call back. Hey, here's what's happened, so on and so forth. I basically, it's like, all I want to know is my package, is there actually going to be an attempt to deliver my my package, or is this going to have to be done at another time? The guy's like, nope, still on the way. They'll make an attempt before the end of the day. And I'm like, I want to be clear, even though it is past 7 o'clock, there will be an attempt made to deliver this package. Like, I should, I have been waiting a couple of hours. If it means the difference between me getting this package or not today, the Eyes of Sin, thank you very much for the host. I actually got the better part of a letter for the Eyes of Sin written during that wait. It's like, I'm not crazy about having to wait this long for it, but if it is the difference between me getting the package and not getting the package or not, I will wait that extra time until they come. Yes, if you wait, there will be an attempt for a delivery made. So, the website, the mobile app, and now a UPS agent have told me it is on the way. Oh, it is also worth mentioning I left work early so that I can meet this delivery. So, as for those of you who follow me on Twitter know, I complained about the fact I was waiting for several hours. And so UPS customer service gets in line. And actually, what I will do is I will share with you the exchange that I had with them, because this is really something else. I'm sure I come off like a dick in this, but I don't know. You can let me know if it is so. So basically, it's like, what's the issue? I'm like, I've been in my apartment since 4:45, as indicated by the webpage. Since I do not have a buzzer, I am confined to the lobby for this wait. In the absence of further updates, I contacted customer service at 7 p.m. After listening to background noise for about 3 minutes, I was put on hold and then hung up on. I reached when I did reach a UPS agent, I explained the situation. The agent advised that no delivery had been made, no contact would be made with the could be made with the driver, and that an attempt would be made tonight even though it was past 7. I have now been waiting in the lobby for 3.5 hours, and so I would like to know: A, will a delivery actually be attempted? B, if not, why was I advised otherwise? UPS: thank you for providing your tracking number and address. I can understand your concerns about your package. I am showing that the package has a delivery date for today. However, this package is not out for delivery, as there is no out for delivery scan on the package. Your package is currently in a trailer that has not yet been processed yet. Once the trailer has been unloaded and processed, the delivery date will be revised. If you need additional support, blah, blah, blah. So am I to understand that I took time off work, waited all this time on the advice of both the website and your phone representative, and only after I complained on social media, someone deigned to tell me that they didn't actually get around to unloading the package? And to top it all off, I have the privilege of reliving this debacle again once somebody decides to actually unload my package. Would that be an accurate summary? Agent replies, looking at the tracking details, this package was never unloaded, as an out for delivery scan was never in place for the package that would reflect on the tracking. I am sorry that you took the day off to receive this package. If you don't want to wait for delivery, you can request to have the package to be rerouted to a UPS store if that would work for you. So I send a screenshot of the app. This is your app right now. Am I supposed to believe that this does not say that the package is out for delivery? I would not have waited for delivery if your site did not inform me that redirecting it would cost to a UPS location would cost $30. I am not interested in paying for the ability to pick up the package. I apologize. So reply. I apologize for any misunderstand with the tracking details. The status shows in transit, not out for delivery. The last scan on your package was on 11/1/18 and is possibly why the delivery still shows scheduled for today. With there not having been further updates in the last 24 hours, I recommend contacting the shipper to start a package investigation. This will start a tracer to help get your package located and to you as soon as possible. This is the last message in the exchange. There is no misunderstanding. Your webpage and your app give an unambiguous message that a package is scheduled for delivery today in the afternoon. Your agent on the phone not only advised that a delivery would occur today, but confirmed that an attempt would be made even though it was past the 7 p.m. time advised by the automated message. And now, apparently, it is my responsibility to track a package through your system. And for what reason exactly? Am I to understand that you have now lost the item? If so, why is the burden placed on me to account for it? At which point, I suppose rather sensibly, they are not replying to me. However, I do notice now that the information on the package has been updated to say that it will now be shipped on Monday, and it will still cost me $30 too.
Launching probe.
You know, it'll still cost me $30 if I want to have it dropped off to a location. So either I take the time off work again,
Probe away.
and hope that they don't screw up this time. I don't know what they do if they can't deliver it this time. I mean, I might just have to extend it by another day to, you know, to find out whatever location they put it off to. And yeah, it's a total clown show. And the biggest thing is, like, I am actually not that unreasonable as far as the timing thing is concerned. But I if you are wondering why I'm a bit of a dick in those messages, it is specifically because if you look at the specific phrasing on there, at no point do they acknowledge any responsibility that they have had for the situation. It is obviously my choice to go away from work. I am not going to blame them for my decision to go away from work. I am, however, going to blame them for saying that there would be a package delivered at this particular time, and to have that confirmed by multiple agents only to be told that at no point was it ever credibly going to be delivered then. And this is like, stuff like this has happened every single time that I have done an order through a merchant that's used UPS. I specifically ask for UPS not to be used in these cases. I did not know that I was on a fire planet.
Launching probe.
But yeah, like when it's like, you know, oh, I'm sorry for the misunderstanding. I'm like, there's no misunderstanding on this. It's like if you have something on a website that says it is on track, it is in transit, it will be delivered on November the 2nd from 12:40 or 12:15 to 4:45. There is no human being in the world that will interpret that as anything other than a delivery will be occurring at these times. And had it, you know, I would have thought that if there was any other information to this effect, maybe the person on the phone would have been able to inform me. So yeah, that's it. Every single, like I said, every single time there's been an order with UPS, it's a disaster. It's always like this. I often wind up having to travel 45 minutes on public transit to make it to their main shipping facility so that I can pick it up personally. You know, when I go to the individual location, you know, the people who work there are very pleasant. You know, they help me as best as they can. I definitely have this. So my general view on the customer service thing is that, like, okay, so first of all, you will notice I am very direct, as I think is my right. But I am not going to specifically make, like, so I definitely do not believe in just crapping all over a customer service representative because you are mad. That accomplishes nothing. What I definitely will do, though, is if a customer service agent is lying to me, or they are other. So basically, it involves if there's an individual decision that's been made to, you know, actually, really, it just comes down to lying. Like, so that perfect example there, where it's like, you know, at no point did our tracking system ever say that there was a delivery scheduled. It's like, I have a screenshot in front of me, and further, the thing that's crazy is, for those of you on Twitter, you know I actually put that same screenshot online. Obviously not with my address information, but this was actually, like, this was information that was available to them at the time. This is, I don't know if it's just they weren't paying attention or what, but it's like, you know, if you're going to be in a position to ostensibly help someone, like if if I'm being unkind to someone, absolutely, you know, I don't need to take that tone from you. This conversation is over. But, you know,
Probe away.
you looked at a delivery thing that said out for delivery. It's your fault that you didn't understand that this was not unloaded from a trailer. Oh, also be sure to talk to GMT Games because we think your thing is lost and we need to do, you know, some internal tracking procedure, which apparently I can't do myself. Oh, ha ha ha, I was just joking. We've actually rebooked it. So, I mean, here's the thing. There was an UPS truck that went by the apartment and it circled around and it also came back and drove by again. If you want my opinion about what actually happened, the driver couldn't figure out the address. But yeah, I mean, so I am gonna, I mean, it's gonna be banging my head against a wall. I am gonna be emailing UPS on it. And again, I have no intention of being, you know, overly mean or anything like that, but I am going to be very frank in terms of why I don't think that's acceptable. And I'm actually specifically going to be like, one of the biggest ways that this whole thing got screwed up is that if they didn't charge me to go and pick it up from a drop-off location, you know, this whole thing could have been avoided. Like, at that point, it's on me to go to the place and get there on time. But apparently they're not making enough money, so I need to pay $30 to do what their driver should be doing for me. But yeah, so, you know, I'm going to give them a very frank accounting of why I think this thing was as bad as it was, and why this is, you know, this is simply, there's like, this is a level of incompetence that is aggressive and surreal. But my next conversation is going to be with GMT Games, because I've got, I think, 4 Project 500s with them right now. And this is absolutely one of these cases where it's like, you know, they've got some really cool ones coming up. So there's Imperial Struggle, which is kind of like a, you know, an unofficial sequel to Twilight Struggle. Mr. President, it's actually a 1-player game, so it's perfect for me. Next War Vietnam. You know, these are all really interesting games that I would love, you know, I'd love to try. But the thing is that the cost to me of dealing with UPS, the only place that they're offering, like, it is actually to a point now where I'm like, the discount is definitely not enough to make me deal with UPS. And so I'll just be saying this, like, honestly, like, if you want to charge me more for shipping to just send it through your standard US mail, I will gladly do that. You know, the time it takes your intern to go, you know, as long as the extra amount is less than the $30 that I'm going to pay them to go to a drop-off location because I don't trust their drivers to do the job, you know, or their schedulers to not claim that I have a package on the way or whatever thing went nuts here. I'll pay it. Like, it's less stress for me. But, you know, standing around my lobby like an idiot for almost 4 hours. The other thing too is, like, the main reason why I'm really hoping that was really hoping at least that I would be able to pick it up today is it's a 17-pound box. I don't really want to be walking the distance to the, like, it's kind of far away, so I really don't want to be walking that distance with this big, like, hulking box. It's not the end of the world to carry it, but, like, I kind of know what the size of the boxes are, so it's like, this thing's gonna be a little unwieldy after a couple of blocks. Anyways, so that was why I was late today. And again, like, it's just dumb stuff. Like, I'm gonna be mad if you say there's nothing you can do, you're getting your package on Monday, or there's nothing you can do, we don't know when you're getting your package, we'll get back to you when we know. I'm gonna be mad about that. There's really no other way around it. But that's a hell of a lot better than saying that the webpage you're looking at right now does not actually say the thing that you say it says. Anyways, thank you very much for the host, Captain Shield. Thank you very much for the host, The Eyes of Sin. I hope you are doing well. I am sorry that you have had to go through the UPS experience, The Eyes of Sin, and I hope that company fails. I hope everyone who has ever been responsible for making someone miserable through package delivery is unable to work again. I hope generations will bear the shame of their, their father or mother's misdeeds. Scans detect an Alliance colony defended by the Javelin Mark II missile base. A distress signal indicates that the base is compromised by Batarians who have launched 2 missiles at the Alliance colony. Total destruction of colony is imminent. 0 probability of survivors if missiles strike. Find the control panel of the Javelin Mark II missile base. Time of impact calculated. Landing party will have 5 minutes to deactivate the missiles after shuttle touchdown. Oh, no. It's way worse than that. I mean, everything that has been delivered since I moved to Ottawa has been... oh, this is fancy. Has been like a screw up on... Actually... Can I undo my squad? Nope, apparently not. It's basically been a screw up on this level, but even when I lived in Vancouver, it's
Warning. 2 missiles are approaching. Major firefight here. Looks bad.
My shields are down.
This should soften them up.
yeah, like even the Vancouver stuff was like, it was just badly done. There was always something wrong, and there was never ever an acknowledgement that things had not gone the way that they were supposed to. And like, I don't get, like, it's not like, like, they're not exactly pulling the wool over my eyes and it's like, oh, he thinks everything's okay. Like, I know stuff got screwed up. That's why I'm calling.
Weapons ready.
No shield.
Next stay here. Nice shot. This should slow him down.
I mean, Garrus is the only one who hasn't, okay, so yes, I should be finding the control panel, but I need the loot. Got it. Oh, damn it. Anyways, that'll be the last that I complain about UPS. But if you want to share the UPS stories that that make you dislike them, I am all ears. We can suffer together, chat. All right, I have probably just I've probably just doomed us all. I mean, plenty of time. We can stop for coffee and muffins now. Oh, Eyes of Sin. Quick question for you. It's about letter writing. What do you think, either by word count or page count, is too long?
Therefore, only one missile can be stopped. Use the kill switch code to save your selected target.
Oh man. Okay, Missile 1 target, Spaceport Industrial District. Apply kill switch to protect Alliance interests and tactical viability, albeit at the cost of hundreds of lives in the city or residential district. Capital City, apply kill switch here to save the city, hundreds of lives. With its industrial area destroyed, however, this colony will no longer be viable and have to be evacuated. 100% saving the capital city. More than 2 pages? Yeah. I like doubled that. Okay, I'm gonna have to do some editing.
That should do it.
Oh yay, we get to watch a bunch of people die. Let's pretend that the spaceport's the UPS facility. that's why I destroyed the that's why I destroyed the industrial area. Okay, that was diverting. Prevented Batarian radicals from destroying the colony on Franklin. Protected the colony's residential core. Thousands of lives saved. Oh crap. Okay. I'll let you see the early draft then, and we and I can cut some stuff out. 7500, 2000 palladium. Okay. I mean, you guys have seen how long my blog posts are. Those are definitely like 3 or 4 pages long. New one is out, by the way. I'm a little concerned. There's a couple of reasons I'm concerned about it.
Commander, you've received a new message at your private terminal.
Oh yeah, I needed to. I was still mining. So I can talk about it now. It was. It was about the layoffs, the Telltale layoffs, and Capcom Vancouver. There's a few game studios. There's 10 major ones, and then a few smaller ones that have gone have been closed by their parent company, or have failed to find financing, or just generally some studios have been closing. Now, the drawback here is that you'll sort of notice from my blog posts that my perspective is definitely shaped by my econ background. I tend to think of things in terms of trade-offs and I tend to think a little bit. One of the things that I try to do the most, especially when I do things like the EA article. I mean, the EA article, I was obviously being a bit of an ass because I could get away with it. But one of the things that I try and do, and this is the same for when I do, quote unquote real work, is I'll take an idea which is one of these like everyone knows ... And the thing that's always so surprising about those is that everyone knows ... is very rarely backed up by empirics. So for instance, in undergrad, I saw a lot of op-eds by people who were advising, the State Department that the United States drone program was generating blowback, that it was enraging the population, who would then turn and support insurgent groups like the Taliban or Al-Qaeda, and that the drone program is ultimately helping the enemy rather than, promoting the foreign policy goals of the United States. What really got me interested in that subject, though, was I had a data set that I thought I could explore that question with. And despite the existence of this data set, it wasn't anything really special. It was, something that a journalistic organization had put together to sort of quantify the drone strikes, and then I combined it with this other thing that was being done in Pakistan regarding certain attitudes, and there was some information in there that I could sort of piece out certain sentiments. And if so, you never know what's happening inside of different divisions as far as their own sort of internal research is going, right? I'm sure somebody has done an empirical study on the effects of something like the drone program. But what did surprise me was between political science and economics, nobody really had seemed to put this question to some data. And I always find that an interesting place. Now, when I did that paper, I sort of expected to try and be able to quantify blowback, to be able to say, here is a measure of, the negative effect that this program is having. That's not what I found, by the way. Now, that's not necessarily like a finding that is like, somebody call the president, they need to know this immediately. This was an undergraduate paper. There are other things that I'm sure if I were to do it now, I would do otherwise. But this is the important thing, is that I did also find enough in that paper to suggest that the people who are writing those op-eds, it doesn't pass the Big Lebowski test. That's just your opinion, man. I at least found enough that the writers of those op-eds should definitely be a lot less certain in terms of what they were saying. That was a great experience for a few reasons. But one of the big ones was that it was a very clear example where I started an empirical project expecting to find one thing, following the reasoning and just doing the project to the best of my ability, and finding something unexpected. So sometimes I can bring it to data, sometimes I can't. I generally think my better articles are the one where I do some kind of data work, even if it's just, looking through some financial statements or putting up some putting up some Metacritic scores or something like that. I was rather happy with the loot box one. I probably should have just kept it at the first article, but for it to be, for it to be something like, I don't know, like I sort of felt in that one I was able to bring together a few different threads in terms of like the actual price for games and how it hasn't changed, and some of the business decisions behind it and such. I sort of felt that one worked reasonably well as far as the data was like in terms of the data work that was concerned. I thought it supported the article well, and it was comprehensible enough to be. That was, by the way, one that got plagiarized by a much bigger influencer, which is really annoying, but there you have it. Oh, just the mass relay. Okay. But yeah, so all of this is just a long way of saying I am... Isaac Kleiner just started following your channel earlier today. You wanted to stop by and say that you hate you, not really, for ruining your afternoon. He was looking for a cultist simulator streamer. Made it about halfway through your first Roland VOD before you mentioned universal paperclips. Guess what you spent your entire afternoon doing? There's no way I spent 4 hours doing that, is there? Well, I'll put it to you this way, Isaac Kleiner. I feel a lot better that you spent the 4 hours playing universal paperclips than playing my nonsense, because as you know from Cultist Simulator, I really didn't play the game that much. But I am incredibly happy that you stopped by and said hi from the YouTube channel, because one of the big things that has happened to the channel is that ever since I started doing Cultist Simulator, more people have been discovering me from that. And that's wonderful, because Weather Factory are really nice people, and I'm very happy that their game was so successful. It's also been really great for me to encounter people through so my YouTube channel really is just a dumping ground for my live broadcasts. I actually don't think they work that well. So I am absolutely delighted when people come in and say, I found you through YouTube, because I still sort of think that nobody watches that, even though I have evidence to the contrary. You actually watched it on Twitch, search for the game there, and you popped up. Okay, that's really cool. One way or the other, though, I definitely was not talking about Cultist Simulator that much. That's absolutely correct, yes. They invited me to do a broadcast on their Steam page when they first put the game on sale on H.P. Lovecraft's birthday. They also let me do that for the Dancer DLC, but I believe they gave me a little something as a thank you for doing that H.P. Lovecraft stream, which was completely not completely unexpected. They did ask me for my address, and I said, it's not necessary. I had a great time doing it, and it's been really wonderful exposure for the channel. But they really are incredibly nice people, very thoughtful. For those of you who don't know, Lottie Bevan, the producer of Cultist Simulator, was given, I think it's a BAFTA, there's some BAFTA recognition. I don't know if it was an award or part of a specific group or something like that. But very well deserved. I encourage you, check out her Twitter account. You'll be able to see some of the videos and that were made off of that. So, they've been really unbelievably pleasant to deal with, in terms of just exchanging tweets or messages. But yeah, as you said, I really was having a particularly dreadful day, and out of nowhere, this package comes, and it's a thing that on its own I really like getting. and when it was obvious that it was from them, like, I felt unbelievably good. And so, you know, they obviously could not have expected the circumstances under which it occurred, but the fact that they thought to do that was remarkably kind of them. So, oh yes, of course, I suppose if everybody was unbelievably pleasant, then we would all, you know, it would maybe be less believable. But yeah, Isaac Kleiner, that's really nice to know that you. It's really nice to know that you came through Cultist Simulator. If you are looking for more Cultist Simulator, we do this Wednesday nights, somewhere between 7 to 8 p.m. And I've got a bit of a track record in terms of doing Wednesday night Cultist Simulator. Now, one of the things that I need to get better at, for the dancer, I have really been falling down this rabbit hole of topics that are unrelated to the game, and part of that, I think, is because of Cultist Simulator itself and the types of trains of thought that I wind up going on through it, and like, it's a game that gets played out inside your head. And I'm trying to do a better job of balancing the broadcasting side with the gameplay side. And I'm also very aware that a lot of people who watch that stuff don't care. They actually like it. I mean, I got a YouTube comment the other day where it's like, oh, it's a shame you missed the marriage thing. And I'm just thinking, it's like, I ended with the marriage thing. So I was kind of like, that's a little unfair. But I really wanted to know why they thought it was bad that I missed stuff in the game, because I think that's kind of what it's like to play Cultist Simulator. I think originally the game was designed that you wouldn't pause at all and you'd be overwhelmed. They obviously changed that. But yeah, I am, you know, like, I'm less worried about, like, an angry person on YouTube, because I think the game is popular enough now that they'll be able to find something more like what they're looking for. But on the other hand, I also think I could stand to be focused on the game a little bit more as well. So, US Mountain Time here? Okay, I'm Eastern. Sorry about that, yeah. The package that actually came, yeah, it fit in my mailbox and they didn't send it UPS, Captain Shield. So sorry guys, my microphone's covering my chat, so I don't respond as well as I can. But anyways, that's a very long throat clearing for if you are looking for more Cultist Simulator and you can deal with my particular oddities, I would be very happy to have you hang out. And if you find somebody who's a little bit better suited. In fact, the one real drawback for me is I don't have a very good recommendation of any other Cultist Simulator streamers, because I don't watch a lot of Twitch outside of Johnny, Eyes of Sinistry broadcasts. I host people, but I got a lot of other stuff that I need to do. So I'm sorry I can't give you any other recommendations, but if you found me, I'm sure you'll be able to find... Oh, you know what? Call of Cthulhu is somebody who I seem to remember the Weather Factory folks were happy about, so... But yes, you're absolutely right that I'm in Eastern Time, and I am indeed in Ottawa. Sanctum is proof of the old Spacer adage, just because it's called a garden world doesn't mean it's a picnic. Freezing ice storms cover the poles and temperate zones, leaving a narrow strip of habitable land to the equator. Dry but windy, this area is home to Sanctum's minimal terrestrial plant life. The planet is yet to develop land-based animals, though invertebrates grow quite large in its pelagic seas. Mining, referred to as ice cracking at anywhere but the equator, is a common employment on Sanctum. The planet is rich in platinum and palladium deposits, as well as boron, which is locally used in semiconductor doping. Travel advisory. Carbon dioxide levels on Sanctum can reach 5,000 parts per million during thermal inversions. Travelers should carry a breath mask at all times and consult with Sanctum World Weather Service for warnings. Travel advisory piracy is at a 14-year global high on Sanctum. Visitors should take appropriate security precautions. Shh. As I said, I gotta try and get, I gotta try and elbow my way through the more popular people. Anomaly detected. Distress beacon detected on initial sweep is confirmed to be a fabrication set in place to lure unsuspecting ships into orbit for pirate ambush. Preliminary scans indicate that shutting down the false distress beacon will stop the Blue Sun's transmission and disable their ambush sites. Surface scans show Blue Sun's communication signatures concentrated around the shuttle hangar bay. By the way, Isaac Kleiner, how far did you get in Universal Paperclips? Did you, like, finish the thing? I guess I finished my AI hacking, so let's boost the disruptor ammo. No. That's what I wanted. You let it run while you were at work, made it to phase 2 before that. Okay. And trying to, I think it's Frank Lance is the guy who made that. Yeah, idle games are not really my cup of tea, but once I actually started thinking about how, like, once I actually thought about what it's, so, like, there's the experience that you have as you play the game, and that was always hit or miss with me. I played a bit of Adventure Capitalist, I played a bit of Adventure Communist, never got into Cookie Clicker. I think Universal Paperclips is actually the one that drew me in the most. It might also be because, like, it's a completely free game and it's really not intended to make you pay for the experience. But I will admit, once I actually started thinking about, like, how would you make one of these things, I became very interested. So I don't know, maybe it's just because I really like picking apart things and thinking about how they work. But yeah, if you guys haven't tried Universal Paperclips, it's a very unique experience, and a lot of people, it's not really a clicker in the
Surprise attack.
Yeah. Well, one reason I like Adventure Capitalist, it's Canadian, so.
They've seen us.
Eat this.
Actually, no, now that I think of it, the first clicker game I ever played was in a Steam sale. I don't know if you guys remember it, but there was this idle game that was set up on one of the. It was, I think it was like a summer sale. I gotta remember what it was, but, like, you fought these glitches.
Stop that stone away.
Anyway, I mean, it's another one of these. I think one of the things that really interests me about it now is just it's yet another reminder that gaming is very different from what I think it is. So, like, this is the thing. Like, I guess this is a little bit like what getting old feels like. I suddenly had this realization that, like, I still very much think of games as a thing that I play on PC. I play a lot of strategy games. I like strategy a lot. And that's something that you primarily play on PC. I think the only game that really has figured out console controls in a meaningful way is Tooth and Tail. So, you know, already I'm impossibly lame by... Yes, on Mondays I play Paradox Grand Strategy games. So yeah, I mean, that's my thing. I like it, but obviously my conception of gaming is very much...
Safety. The Broadfield mining facility has been closed until
Go for the optics.
Yo. Now I get the Baldur's Gate reference. I didn't hear it go for the optics before. But yeah, so like, it is completely old-fashioned to imagine that the common experience of gaming is through a PC. That is, you know, that is true for some people. That is true for a very vocal subset of gamers. But that is definitely not true for everyone. It's also not true if I were to say that a large... Well, okay, it would be true if I said a large proportion. But if my conception of gaming does not account for mobile games, then that's also missed out on an absolutely enormous segment. And, I mean, my experience of mobile gaming has been Super Brothers Sword and Sorcery, XCOM, Infinity Blade, which is rather good. All three Infinity Blades. And I feel like I'm missing an important... Oh, Ticket to Ride. I bet Ticket to Ride's like a board game. But yeah, so this is the big thing. Like, you know, I can pretend, ooh, PC Master Race, blah, you know, you suck if you like a PlayStation or whatever. But the fact of the matter is that most of gaming is mostly, like, in terms of, if I were to try and relate to an average gamer in the sense of, like, people who are paying for and keeping these studios open, I would be looking at somebody who plays mobile games and probably pays a little bit of money on a free-to-play game, and, you know, who plays console games and all of these other things. So yeah, that's kind of what I mean when I say this is probably what it feels like to get old. It's like, gaming's so different from what I expect, you know. People actually play, you know, stuff like Candy Crush. And yeah, Universal Paperclips is just kind of a point where I'm like, yeah, this is completely a game, and I totally get why people like this kind of stuff now. And yes, Stellaris is wonderful. I'm sorry to say I've moved from Stellaris onto Crusader Kings 2 for the foreseeable future. But I do have a pretty healthy back catalog of Stellaris if you happen to want to watch on YouTube. And I think it's safe to say, I never know these things for sure, because obviously I never take it for granted that I will get some form of DLC or something like that. But I will admit I'm very interested in playing...
Hey, cousin, that jerk Selim just fired me for no reason. I swear the guy has it out for me. I hear the Blue Suns are hiring people to take out some dumbass vigilante on Omega. I'm gonna go show them how it's done. Wish me luck.
You know, assuming that I either buy or get a press key for the Mega Corporations DLC, I can definitely see myself playing that in the future. And of course, there's nothing saying that, you know, I can't just go back to an older patch and play.
Due to Phillips' brilliant expansion of the northern mining tunnels into the mess hall last week, our small facility will be closing indefinitely. All teams will be transferred to the nearest starbase shortly.
That's really cool, Pie of Reckoning. I'm glad that you enjoy it so much, because that was my first Paradox game, and you're looking forward to the new Stellaris. Yeah, I mean, I think I can honestly say that about every Stellaris DLC. Obviously, I have been given some of the clues from... I'm glad Jack was on the ball. But you know, Paradox has been quite generous in terms of the DLC that they've given me. So obviously, you know, every time I sing the praises of Stellaris and that, you know, keep that in the back of your mind if you think that my, you know, if I can be bought so cheaply, you may want to curb your enthusiasm accordingly. But I just love the. I mean, it really is, in terms of streaming, it's actually been one of the ones that I think has been reinforced a lot. I love coming up with different species for it, and I've really enjoyed how people react to all of the different species that I make. So you might or may not roleplay the Church of Scientology as a criminal megachurch. That's really funny. So again, no promises in terms of when I will play it, but I do know if I come into possession of the Megacorp DLC, I have a very clear idea of what I would want to play in that. I assume it's pretty keen on Cookie Clicker, but that game devolved into a doughy mass of terrifying glowing eyes, floods of milk, and crumb-covered writhing wrinkles. What?
We've got a major haul coming in from that dig site, boys. Move all the unsorted cargo to the mines to make room.
I am actually possibly very interested in Cookie Clicker now. I just want to make sure that I got the... Yeah, I did. I know I'm not talking too much about Stellaris, or sorry, I'm not talking too much about Mass Effect 2, but we've sort of been doing side missions in that, and I tend to find that they don't always, I tend to find, oops, I've gone the wrong way around. I tend to find that they don't kind of unpack as much of the world as some of the other missions, so.
Whoever you are, you won't make it out of here alive.
Well, I'm glad I am a mad hacker.
You've been spotted.
Whoa! Oh yeah, I need to destroy armor before I do that. Oof. Friends like these. Go get him, Jack. You know what, we might as well just destroy it. Some good shooting, Jack. So has anybody figured out what Tali's bot name is? I haven't quite been able to pronounce it.
Leave the shields to me.
No shields.
Go get them, Chica.
You love how the dude who just watched your team mow down like 3 dozen of his goon thinks a couple of robots will stop you. I will admit I actually do have a little difficulty with the Ymir mechs, just because, like, I did a pretty heavy focus on... I did a pretty heavy focus on sort of like sniping and all of that, so I'm not able to really put out the kind of volume that tends to be the sort of thing that you could destroy shields with. But obviously this game is kind of designed not to make you die too much, so... But yes, it's a very good point that this guy definitely has a lot of faith in this technology. I think we were talking about this in an earlier session as well, but apparently the design philosophy behind these levels is that they sort of start you off with a bunch of very sort of soft enemies just so you kind of like get into it. So, you know, it's like if you want to get this impression of like, you know, big time heroes just, you know, running through, doing hero stuff, you just put them in a room full of like 1 HP enemies and just let them, you know, go to town with you know, like a claymore or something like that. And apparently that is the idea behind a lot of Mass Effect missions, is that they'll start you off with client agent incoming. An agent from a prospective client arrived today. The client asked for discretion, which raised a few red flags. On Commander Santiago's suggestion, I plan to persuade the agent to divulge the nature and location of the cargo. Prothean artifact confirmed. Well, that didn't take long. The client's agent folded under minimum pressure. Commander Santiago's hunch was correct. The client hopes to hire us to move a Prothean artifact from the dig site. With a little more pressure, the agent should gladly give up the location of the dig site itself. Dig site location confirmed. It took some persuasion, but the agent gave up the location of the dig site. I'm dispatching ships and men to the location now. Santiago ought to be pleased. That Prothean artifact is worth much more than we'd ever get for transporting it. But yeah, so like basically they apparently start you off with a bunch of sort of easy to kill enemies, just so you kind of get into the mood, you get into the action, and then sort of the final encounter is something that actually has some threat of sort of killing you and such. And I think that's pretty that was a very fair description of this mission, I think. And it works. Like, this is just it. It fits. It also fits like kind of just a good sort of little story arc too. So, Isaac Kleiner says I should replay this. You spent the first 2 games as a straight soldier, then switched to pure biotic in 3, and you had way more fun. Oh, that's really interesting, because I went as an infiltrator, and that was largely just sort of for quote unquote role playing reasons. I have a very specific idea in terms of who this Shepard is, but I've only ever played number 2, and I haven't played it with the DLC. So there's a lot of new things in this one for me. And I tend not to use biotic powers a lot, so I should give this a shot. So you can see that you play D&D and you definitely feel that when your party kills a whole bunch of low-level skeletons or zombie minions. I mean, if you think of it too, like that's a pretty standard expectation that we've gotten from watching a lot of sort of high fantasy movies. Like, just think of something like the opening scene for like a movie like Gladiator. I know Gladiator's like an older example that you can take, but I still think it's a pretty good movie. I also just really like Roman stuff. But like, you know, you've got Maximus kicking ass is how Gladiator opens. And that gets you in, like, and that's, you know, games don't exist in a vacuum, especially games like Mass Effect, which very clearly are taking sort of our expectations that come from sort of watching science fiction television, watching science fiction movies. So I think it's a very smart decision, especially for designers that are trying to capture that kind of experience, to ask, well, you know, how do you know the hero is the hero in a movie? How do you know that they have certain traits? How do movies use this particular technique? You know, is it something about the direction that they're walking when they first come in? You know, you sometimes have those big like star reveals where, you know, you start the cameras, you know, at the back of their head, and then there's the dramatic moment when they turn around. And that one's really built for games, because a lot of games with new engines and stuff like that really want to insist on having that scene where the bad guy gets like really close into your face. You know, they specially render just this, you know, this custom made model, which is totally not used at any other point in the game, but they want to make sure you see every pore and bead of sweat on that, you know, that guy's face. And it's like, ooh, you're not actually playing the game right now, but isn't this cool? The thing is that like, think of the way, this is another older movie example, but like, think of the way Gary Oldman's character is introduced in The Professional, or Leon, depending on which one you saw. Like, that's actually, you know, insofar as people making games seem to find the get in really close to the face so we can show off every detail scene, they might borrow from that convention. So Gladiator's amazing. Hans, yeah, I love the Gladiator soundtrack. Okay, I'm gonna take a quick 2 and 3 are quite similar to each other. 1 was pretty different. Yeah, I struggled a little bit with 1, but on reflection, and I really tried to do my best to clarify this, I feel that 1 was my frustrations with 1 were definitely driven by the fact that I was streaming it rather than them necessarily being defects of the game itself. That's not to say that I didn't like run into sharp corners, and there's some things that I wish weren't true about Mass Effect, but I was more unfair to that game and some of the side missions than I should have been. And I think that was one of the points where I let my opinions as a streamer while playing a game under a certain time pressure. I think that was one of those cases where I sort of felt that I needed to have an opinion, and that led me to say something that wasn't actually true about the game and much more true about my individual experience as somebody playing the game for other people. And I don't like doing that. I actually think that's one of the worst things streamers can do, and it happens all the time. So it's one of the reasons I've been wearing my hair shirt over that particular thing. That is a terrifying photo, by the way, Eyes of Sin. Maximus is the hero because his name is Maximus Decimus Mendius, commander of the armies of the North, general of the Felix legions, loyal servant to the true emperor, Marcus Aurelius, father to a murdered son, husband to a murdered wife, and he will have his vengeance in this life or the next. Quick question. Would you guys like to see my favorite TV commercial ever? Because I'm gonna do a little bit of lore and whatnot after this round of mining and as such, and then we'll do like a main story mission for sure. But I'm a little curious if you guys are willing to entertain such things. Okay. So somebody asked me, what is economics? What is this thing? I don't know much about it. I bet I can find it in my history. And, oh, come on. I don't have a great answer for that question. But there is okay. So for those of you who don't know economics, there is a guy named Thomas Sargent, or Tom Sargent. He's very well respected. He's a Nobel Prize winning economist. And there's 2 things that you should know about him. He is sort of really known for this thing known as rational expectation. So one of the I guess the biggest thing that I can say is one of the big things that comes out of his research is basically that you can't really predict financial markets and things like that. And part of it's basically because sort of everybody else kind of knows what's going on. And so, because everybody's trying to compete with each other in that, you shouldn't be able to predict what's going on in financial markets. Sorry, I did a really bad job of explaining that, but this will become fairly apparent in the video. The next thing is that Tom Sargent is the opposite of me, in the sense that he is rather well known for giving very short speeches. So he gave this absolutely wonderful speech at Berkeley, I think it was, which was something like 322 words long or something like that. And it's this wonderful summary of like things you learn from economics. But like he's definitely, not exactly terse, but he definitely economizes on words. And is known for rational expectations, among other insights. Anyways, this is probably one of my favorite commercials, and it does involve Tom Sargent. And Isaacson, I think you might enjoy this. So,
Ally Bank, why they have a raise your rate CD.
Tonight, our guest, Thomas Sargent, Nobel laureate in economics and one of the most cited economists in the world. Professor Sargent, can you tell me what CD rates will be in 2 years?
No.
If he can't, no one can. That's why Ally has a raise your rate CD. Ally Bank. Your money needs an ally.
So I just love that commercial because I love the fact that they got a Nobel Prize winning economist to basically get all of like 6 seconds of screen time and say the word no. But what I really like is that they got specifically Tom Sargent to do that commercial. But yeah, I love that commercial a lot, and I laugh every time I see it. I was definitely putting my mouth in my sleeve. Oh, I did not know that. But anyways, I hope that was amusing to at least like some of you. Hello, Ego Akaran. How are you doing? It could happen to you! From Elkos mail routing. Adrel lay in the ocean, dying from Keppel's syndrome, and had a dream. In his dream, the enkindlers came to him and charted the course of his life. Adrel saw the wakes and eddies and saw that sometimes the enkindlers swam alongside him, limbs raking the water, while other times he was alone. The Drell saw that the times he was alone were the hardest in his life. He asked the enkindlers, "Why was this one abandoned?" The enkindlers answered, their light shining brightly, "You were never abandoned. In those difficult times in your life, it was our bodies that bore you through the water." The Drell woke and found his Keppel's syndrome cured. If you allow the light of the enkindlers, follow the light of the enkindlers, it can happen to you. Where the enkindlers go, we shall follow, and where their light is the sun, we shall be the stars around them. Send this message to 6 beings of your acquaintance, and your greatest wish shall come true. I am very amused by the spam messages in Mass Effect 2. You love the fact that she just came back? Who just came back? Oh, the announcer. Just got home from drinking for a 1.5-hour break before you go to the cinema to watch the League of Legends final, is it? Okay, that made me happy. This will make a lot more sense. I'll send you a draft of the letter and then I'll figure out what bits to cut. But Mr. Sargent might show up a bit. From Admiral Darozen Vasmore, Shepherd Vas Normandy. I've been digging through the Alarai. Just wanted you to know that I did find a few things from the experiments Raelzora was conducting. Had you shared them with me, humanity might have reaped the benefits. Instead, once my own experiments are complete, you and your people will watch from a distance as the Quarian people reclaim not just their homeworld, but the largest synthetic army in the galaxy. Raelzora's death will not have been in vain. I will complete what he started. Cordially, Admiral Darozen Vasmore. I'll add another great commercial. It was a man eating an ice cream in a preschool. There's a kid playing next to him. As each of the several new kids files into the classroom, he offers each new kid an ice cream cone. Finally, the kid who was already there says, "Don't I get an ice cream cone?" "Sorry, these are only for my new friends." The narrator says, "If this is wrong, it's wrong for your bank to do it too." Yeah, I used to work for a bank, so I'm sure all of you have probably had that phone call with your bank at some point. Contrary to the way I behave in like YouTube comments or Twitter, in a customer service environment, I can actually generally be reasonably, maybe not charming, but at the very least, I can diffuse. But part of it too, like it's actually, not to relitigate the UPS thing again, but I think part of it was not just BS, like it's basically not BSing the customer. You know, saying that, look, you know, I would basically be upfront with them, and I would say, so, you know, it's like, you know, I can't even remember exactly what I said. I think it would usually just involve listening to what they say, but it would be usually something to the effect of saying is like, so, oh yeah, I remember how I would angle it. Man, I suck. I think what I would do, I would listen to them and I would say, it's like, you know, you are right. Like, it is, you know, it's probably a waste of your time and a waste of my time to say that you know, it's completely fair that you've been with the bank for X period of time, and somebody who has not been with the bank is now being given some incentive to come and bring their business inside. You know, and I am also going to be honest with you and say, like, we do get a lot of calls like this, and, you know, I was gonna say, like, the thing that sucks about, I don't think I'd say sucks, but it's like the thing that, you know, is unfortunate about this is that, you know, we kind of prepare for this. Whenever they do a marketing campaign like this, we know that people are going to call about it. And we talk, you know, what can we give people in this case? And the answer is usually nothing.
So the collectors were
so I said, you know, if the requirement of this call is that I give you something, just know I don't have the ability to do so. And if you ask for my supervisor, you know, they will tell you that they are not giving somebody something out of this. I said. But I don't want this phone call to be a complete waste of your time. So because if you are not feeling appreciated, I'm going to guess that probably that is because we haven't done a good job of explaining what our services to you are. So would you like me to take a minute and go over your account and see if maybe we can save you a little something, or if maybe some things have changed in your life that we haven't accounted. And like basically that would be my chance to, like, I mean, half of the time I would just go, it's like, okay, you're using this checking account, you're like paying, you know, $5 a month for it, you're getting this many charges, you know, are you going over? Or, hey, did you know that if you have an I got a lot of RRSPs transferred to my bank simply by saying, like, did you realize that you can actually get your bank account for free if you have some kind of investment with us? This is, oh yeah, I hate my, you know, other bank, you know, thing. It's like, well, our management fees are pretty decent on, like, I told us, like, you know, I work here, but like I said, it's like, you know, what kind of investments are you in? It's like that. It's like, do you know what you're paying in your management expenses? It's like, what's that? I'm like, well, it's basically the percentage that they use to, like, to manage the thing and, like, pay the administrator and such. And he said, it's like, I don't know what it is. Like, it's like, okay, well, you know, talk to your bank about what that is, but like ours is something like you know, I think it's like 1.25 for one of the more expensive ones. And I'm like, you know, I was like, I was getting those before I started working here. And I said, you know, that will over time, you know, that is money that is going into your investments, not into the pocket of the manager or something along those lines. And basically from that, so like that took some time, obviously. But the big thing is that I had very few calls that started with, you're giving somebody like $50 to switch banks. I had very few of those calls which ended with, like, you know, this is terrible, I'm going to leave, you know, pull out my business. Now, chances are most of those people who said, I'm going to pull out my business never actually did that, because if you've ever tried moving banks, it sucks. And that's why banks don't give a damn when you call them and say, if you don't give me the deal, you're giving me the new customers, I'm going to switch. And the reason that those deals exist is because everybody knows it sucks to switch banks, and so the other banks need to pay you to do that. But with that in mind, I definitely had a lower number of people who would end the call that way, and it was usually just because I knew I couldn't give them... Basically, I knew I couldn't give them the thing. I wanted to divest them of that assumption as soon as possible. But I also wanted to say, it's like, okay, something's going wrong here, so let's take a minute to figure out what it is. And I think because I had a tendency not to BS them, they were actually more inclined to be sold something from me. So anyways, I feel like a big ol' scumbag now because I do not like the bank that I worked for. But I don't know. Don't buy mutual funds from me. You work in retail, definitely have a particular personality with the customer. Yeah, and like this is, I used to sell cameras as well for a while, and I don't know, I never really felt that I talked somebody into buying something they didn't already want. I know they would give me an incentive to sell a particular kind of camera, but I never looked at that list. Because I've always sort of felt that the point of that job should have been that I want them to associate cameras with the store that I was working for, and that every time they had a camera question they would come here, and that maybe they didn't buy anything that trip, but you better believe that they're going to walk by the next time and they'll get a frame or they'll get a bag, and those are a hell of a lot higher margin items than some Nikon where the majority of the money is being made by Nikon. But yeah, I don't know, like, I know there are people who are really good at like doing a hard sell or doing you know, or sort of like weaseling their way towards making. I mean, just think about what happened with mortgages around the 2008 or well, it's actually, you know, that led to the 2007-2008 crisis. Like, clearly there was stuff going on there that was not good, and people being told things that were not true. But you know, that sort of stuff is illegal. And so I also have a little bit of a temperament where I find it difficult to be dishonest. Because I have always sort of had this feeling that if I start doing it, it becomes easier each time. And it's just sort of this thing that I form habits kind of easily. So it's, you know, doesn't always mean that I make the right decision in terms of what I say, but I really do my best to be forthright.
Commander,
anyway.
Can I help you with something?
I'm more interested in just talking for a bit.
I'm good, Shepard. Ready for anything. We live, we'll get loud, and spill some drinks on the Citadel.
We'll talk later.
Commander.
I may not do the codex entries this time around. We'll see how that goes, but we'll just check in with... we got loyalty for Tali. I don't think we have loyalty for anyone else, though. Here's a fun one, actually. I've been meaning to ask this on a different cast.
I've never worked with so many aliens before.
What's the favorite job that all of you have worked at? Can also be your current one. Because I know I've been talking about, like, work trouble a lot. Wait a minute. Not Garrus. It's Tali. Step below. I know I've been talking about my work trouble a lot, and I actually don't like... I've noticed there's a bit of a tendency to go negative. Like, I started complaining about UPS. That's not a great way to start a cast. So to counteract some of that, I thought it might be nice to talk about some of people's favorite jobs. And perhaps
so, Gabby, what
why.
Do you think of our new Quarian boss?
Hush, she's right over there.
Ah, she can't hear us with her head in that bucket. Don't get me wrong, it's a beautiful bucket. The whole suit is lovely, quite snug in all the right places.
You know I can hear you. Huh.
Keela, I'm sorry I dragged you into Quarian politics. All that infighting, seeing what my father did. You were the only one there for me, Shepard. The only cover I had against that storm. Thank you.
That's really interesting, Isaac Kleiner. Now, is that just you really felt that you found something that works there? Or is it you... Like, one of the things for me is that I'm really bad with change. So I have a tendency to stay into stuff where, as long as it's not too uncomfortable... I mean, I'm assuming you probably wouldn't have spent, like, 13 years at a place that was mediocre. But I'm curious, like, was there ever a point where you sort of just realized, like, this is it? Like, I'm not even going to look somewhere else. Ego, stagehand, and trade show building. That sounds like a lot of fun, actually. Captain Shield, you're still looking, but you're close to getting a job somewhere you wanted. Somewhere like location or like a business that you wanted?
I imagine they're trying to fill your father's spot on the Admiralty Board. What will that do to the balance of power?
I have no idea. Being exiled might have made it easier. A few people are suggesting me as a candidate. Replacing an admiral takes time, though. You may not have noticed, but Quarians like to debate.
I knew there was a reason I liked the Quarians.
Are Quarian politics always like that?
No. Sometimes it can actually get unpleasant. We're a very social people, Shepard. We have to be, to make up for being stuck in these suits. And part of that means getting involved in each other's business.
The whole trial was insulting. You should have had time to mourn your father.
I don't think life is about what you deserve. But my father would be honored that I chose to mourn him by blowing up a lot of gas. I should get back to work. But thanks for checking on me.
Basically, yeah, it's funny because you work for a well-known national grocery chain. You were able to get a job pushing shopping carts when you were a teenager, then kept moving up the ranks through college and grad school. It's really interesting. Actually, this is a problem. I was talking about the blog post and then I got distracted. So one of the things that's really interesting about that is I talked a bit about... well, this is more implied in the post, actually, rather than really dwelling on it. But it's about this idea of... so you guys hear a lot about sort of like crunch and the precariousness of working in the games industry and things like that. And that is not good. That is a trait that gaming should not take from the film industry. And I think one of the reasons that might be happening for this is that, so if you think about, like, one of the things that I believe about game companies is that basically they are machines that turn hours of work, computers, and software into video games. And because only one of those things is capable of organizing all the other factors, so people are only capable of organizing people and computers and software. What really matters is the process by which this happens. So the fact of the matter is that if any of us here were given, you know, whatever the budget is for the World of Warcraft, maybe they should turn them into paperclips instead. You know, if we were to be given the same amount of money as Blizzard spends on the World of Warcraft, and we could hire anyone that we wanted, save for maybe the existing World of Warcraft team, we would not make an MMO as good as the World of Warcraft. And as much as I would like to pretend that you guys would hit it out of the park your first time, it would not be better, you know. And I'm pretty comfortable in saying that. And one of the reasons for that is because it's not just that Blizzard understands how MMOs work or that they studied it. I mean, obviously, I think they bought quite a bit of the EverQuest team when they first made World of Warcraft. But they have developed a system for making games, you know, whether it's building an engine or designing a level or a kind of a pipeline from going from concept sketches to models. They have a way of doing things that results in a certain quality of game being made with a certain amount of resources. And one of the things that I study a lot is productivity, and productivity improvements are basically your ability to produce the same or more with fewer resources. So Blizzard becomes more productive if they can make something of equivalent quality to the World of Warcraft in less time, or with less money, or fewer people, or any of these things. Obviously, less money usually implies that you've used less in terms of the factors of production. So one of the things that's really important about the process, and again, it's not even to suggest that there's like one company with the best process ever. But one of the things that comes up a lot is that if you see this idea of sort of precarious work, or people who are really ready to, they're willing to have a high amount of turnaround. One of the things that is lost is the fact that, we haven't done his loyalty mission yet, that people sort of understand how your company works. If you have somebody who's been around, so like, part of this is just getting to Isaac Kleiner's, the value that he gives to the grocery chain he works at. Somebody who's spent the time in that environment and understands how these things work, they are just simply more effective. You could have the same amount of talent. You could have two clones, and the one who has worked inside the business for a longer period of time is simply going to be more productive than the other one, because they understand how all these things work together. And the fact that it seems like a lot of large game companies have not yet quite figured out that fact results in a thing. Let's say you have a deadline for a game. And again, you've got a high turnaround because you're either overworking people, or you don't want to pay them too much, or any of these things here. You kind of build this pipeline expecting that you will have, input X by time Y. And it turns out that because you've got some new people on staff who are probably very talented, but are still like learning the company's way of doing things, they give it like at time Y plus T. So what's the solution? Well, make everybody work overtime. It's like, well, people don't really work their most, they're not their most effective when they work overtime. And more importantly, this is going to lead to burnout, and potentially some people are going to leave, which is of course going to exacerbate your, your productivity problems. Because again, all of those people who understand, the Rockstar, the BioWare, the Blizzard way of doing things, are going to leave, and they're either going to found their own companies, or they're going to go to another industry that doesn't make so many demands on them. And so I sort of think that partly explains crunch. I don't always think, I have a few ideas in terms of where crunch comes from, but I actually think one of the things that happened was somebody failed to realize that, a 3D artist is not this just homogeneous good. Like, a 3D artist with 10 years experience is not the same as a 3D artist with 10 years experience, 2 of which are at your existing company. And the solution, because you can't actually get tenure at your company without having time going by, I think their solution was to basically, we've got a budget for this, we've got more money, we're running out of time, so the answer, because we're missing deadlines, is to make people work harder. And because nobody really thought about primary causes, it just kind of became this thing that they were doing, that production schedules sort of assumed that you had to work people very hard. And this results in sort of this steady state in which people are overworked, which means that the turnaround's probably going to be a bit higher than what it should normally be, which means all of that talent and all of that knowledge of the process is lost. And the real drawback for this is we wind up with worse games. Now, games are better than they've ever been because there are improvements going on elsewhere. But I actually have the conviction, this is partly what the blog is talking about, I actually think that if a company were to do, I don't think they could be at the bleeding edge. So I don't think they could be a competitor with like Rockstar or something like that. But I actually think a company that took the time to seriously invest in its people and did not crunch and focused on making a high quality, not necessarily bleeding edge, but a game in a niche that they felt comfortable with, and they did that over time, I actually think that they would be able to create better products, or at least comparable products to the bleeding edge, without needing to crunch. And this would ultimately lead to them doing it at a lower cost, which means that they would be more profitable than others.
Hey.
The problem is that this experiment would only ever be run over many years, and there are very few companies that are actually able to compete at that level because it requires a lot of money. So this is, unless somebody wants to give me a lot of money to test that out. But like this is the big thing, is that it's very easy to understand how mediocre or bad management can fail to appreciate the value that is created by people sticking around. And because people have gotten used to a status quo in which people leave very quickly, they have built systems around that assumption, and it leads to bad working conditions, but bad working conditions that are compensated with very large sums of money. Apparently, the launch bonuses at Rockstar are supposed to be very, very good, but that's not the only option. And one thing that I think will be very interesting is, as the game industry matures, I would be very interested to see if companies like that show up. Because part of this could just be that everybody's still figuring out what the best model for this sort of stuff is. I think one of the next big disruptors are going to be that there are these companies where you can basically hire them to do your art assets. So it's a company that doesn't make games on its own, but they will make your character models. Like, you can send them a concept sketch and they'll make the model and the textures and whatnot. Or maybe you don't even give them a concept sketch. Maybe their job is to come up with, the slimy alien and to make it for you. And so the idea here is that the art is now sort of this variable cost for a more established studio. If they need more art assets, they can hire the specialist group. The specialist group is obviously very good at creating art because that's the only thing they do every day. And of course, they get paid less than what, a studio that makes everything is, but they are able to charge a lower cost than a competitor would because they are specializing in this one area. But the big thing is that in creative industries, content is king. If you are only competing on your ability to push polygons, then there's going to be somebody else who is able to push polygons for just a little bit cheaper than you, and your margins are going to get crunched. So I think what's going to happen is that after these companies get established, and maybe if there's a bit of competition that comes into their industry, I think what they're going to do is they're going to sort of make little skunkworks projects of we're making our own game now. Our primary business line is still making models for other established studios, but we're going to take all of this knowledge that we've gotten about producing art assets. We can make great looking art very cheaply, and now we're going to get some of these people who are hungry to make a game on their own, and we're going to launch this title. One of those is going to be massively successful, and what's going to happen all of a sudden is this place that used to be making art for these much bigger studios that just have this voracious appetite for high quality photorealistic art assets, they are going to become the next big thing. And I think that's just a matter of probabilities. Like, if you roll the dice enough times, you're going to get one that's, you're going to roll a natural 20 at some point. But while I'm pontificating on the state of the game industry, that's another opinion that I have. Isaac Kleiner says, businessmen and board members are the problem. Short-term gains are valued over the big picture, which is a shame. Yeah, it depends too. I mean, I definitely think that companies, especially if they're publicly traded ones, I do feel that they wind up with the shareholders they deserve. Costco shareholders complain a lot about the fact that they pay their employees really well and they don't spend on marketing. And I think there used to be this ongoing joke that Costco is one of the most highly valued co-ops or something like that. But at least for a long time, Costco sort of stuck to their guns. And likewise with Amazon, Amazon's profitability is really not where it should be for its valuation. And they lost money for a lot of time, but and the shareholders complained about that too, but clearly so much of that has just been reinvesting into the business, and the company is enormous. So in that case, they made a really good call. And I think it's a little bit like that lying thing I was saying before. Like, if you give in, if you let the investors push you around a bit before, and you start chasing, what the analysts are saying you should do, then you are going to be focusing on the next quarter. And if you have the conviction that what you're doing is right, and you are willing to accept the sort of the near-term penalties that come with upsetting the, because this is the thing, like, they're capital markets, right? If people think you've gone insane, you should be raising prices when you haven't, you're going to pay for that. Your stock price is going to go down, which means that if you try to issue new shares, you're not going to raise as much money. But, these are the trade-offs. Sure, you can raise a lot of money, but how good is that money if, the power that is given up in order to obtain it results in you making decisions that are bad for the long-term health of the business. It's one of these things where, like, it's part of it is, like, obviously if you get on a board, not always, but, like, for certain boards of directors, if you get on it, you are a very smart person. Or at the very least, you're very well connected, which means you have some kind of intelligence, even if it's a social one. So in some cases, it's kind of like, so why is it that all these really smart people are making such dumb decisions? And it's like, well, what's their incentive structure like? Do they have a very credible risk that they might lose their job if they actually behave in the way that's better for the long-term health of the company? Yeah. Well, and Isaac Kleiner, why would anybody leave, right? This is a great thing for Costco because they're, they have a level of almost this fanatical loyalty for their company, and it's because they get paid well. There's actually a neat game theory problem around that, but
what's happening?
I did actually
Shepard,
commit
we
to play
talked
the
enough.
game.
You're just pissing around. No hard feelings, but I don't want to play. I should go. Whatever.
Why are you so mean, Jack? All right, I'm going to do a little more mining, and then we'll do a main story mission. So I think I said I was going to start, I was going to start recruiting people, and then I would do the help. So what I'll probably do is I'll do the recruitment in the Crescent Nebula, then I'll go to Tuchanka because that has a Grunt Morden mission. Then we'll head back, help Garrus. I think what I might do, unless you guys really want to see them, I think I'll do the Firewalker missions on my own while I'm doing some mining. But yeah, let's have some fun with some main story missions. Of course. I need my goodies.
Road launched.
The only thing that I sort of regret, I think one of the things that I might be a little bit better off to do, it's occurred to me that when I play Mass Effect, I usually start with like minor stuff at the beginning with the idea of like, I'm gonna build up to the big story events. It might actually be better if I start with a big story. And that way the thing that I can talk about for the next, couple of hours would be the story itself. because it occurred to me, like, the way that I currently structure these broadcasts is that I start with, like, mining and side missions and that on the assumption that, like, people are going to take a while to get in, especially when I've been playing on Friday, because Friday I tend to start later. So it's like, okay, I'm going to give people a chance to come in, and then, like, the big headline is the main story mission. But one thing that I've sort of realized is that, yes, I'll do some of the lore stuff in terms of discussing the codex. And, you know, especially with the Tali mission, I got to talk about the things that I liked, but by the time I finished the Tali mission, I'm like, okay, you know, I gotta go to bed now, so I didn't really get to, you know, give as much exposition. Now again, like, whether it's Cultist Simulator or Mass Effect 2 or any of these things, it wouldn't be the first time that I've talked about other topics while broadcasting. I don't even think that is a bad thing to do. Like, you know, this is what it is like to play video games with your friends at your house. If you got, I mean, you know, if you don't think people do that, look at what they tried to do for natural conversation in the Anthem trailer. Which looks great, by the way, and I'll probably get an EA Origin Premiere pass for that, because, oh god, that actually looks like a really cool game. You know, like, obviously it's sort of game related, and it's like really, like, I don't think people talk like that, but, you know, beyond the actual words that they were saying, like, obviously you're gonna talk about your day, you're gonna talk about what's going on, and I think that is true of Twitch as well. Not necessarily for everyone, but, you know, especially for me when I don't have a camera to, you know, to do reactions to or something like that. You know, I got to keep the words going. And if it's not XCOM or something, like, the fact of the matter is that Mass Effect 2 does not give me this endless stream of difficult decisions that I need to make the same way that XCOM or XCOM 2 does, or Crusader Kings, or any of these other ones. Doesn't mean that Mass Effect 2 is bad in that regard, but, you know, obviously, like, if I'm in the middle of a firefight, I'm maybe not considering about the moral dilemma in terms of which of the two cities do I let get blown up or something like that. Whereas, you know, XCOM 2, I go one wrong direction and all of a sudden I've lost two of my best units. And again, this is partly just reflecting my preferences as a strategy game player, right? Like, I know there's people who could play a strategy game and they're like, this is the most boring thing in the world. Like, why would you play a turn-based game on a computer? That does not make any sense at all. I'm like, well, you know, this is this little series called Civilization. Maybe you've heard of it, you know, it's kind of popular. But I genuinely, like, I've had the conversation, I just don't like turn-based stuff a lot of times with people, and it blows my mind because I actually think there's some of the most well-developed games. Like, we've got a whole history of board games that have gone into the creation of them, and, you know, there's some of the earliest computer games. I mean, not all of them. There's always been a real-time element, because that's one of the things that computers do really well. But I really do think turn-based strategy is one of the better, like, more refined genres, just simply because it's been able to leverage all of these, you know, all of these lessons learned over the course of a really long history. Oh, that's really interesting. That's tough for you to play in real time? I don't dislike real-time games. The one real difficulty that I've had is it's becoming increasingly difficult for me to figure out what's new in real-time strategy games. A game I liked a lot was Off-World Trading Company, because it feels like they added something new to strategy in that case. But I don't know. That would be a fun thing for me to do. Maybe I should try and find, like, I don't know, Command and Conquer Red Alert, or what's some of the other, like, really popular. Like, I don't need to go as far back as Dune, but, like, you know, just find something that everybody's like, yeah, this was a big deal as far as real-time strategy is concerned, and like play that against, say, like StarCraft 2 or something like that. Yes, Soren Johnson, who was programmer and AI programmer on Civilization 3 and game designer on Civilization 4, which also involved AI design, because I think he basically always does that. Then he did some component of Spore. I think he also worked on... I think he worked for Zynga for a bit. I don't know if he was a lead on a project or he was like a consultant or something like that. He's now... he's got his own company, Mohawk Games. Off-World Trading Company was the first one that was made there, and he's currently making 10 Crowns, which I believe is going to be sort of a fresh take on the 4X style game that Civilization is. And he gave a really interesting talk, which I think is going to give us an indication in terms of where 10 Crowns is going to be going, on basically the inheritance of certain games. Like the idea that, you know, because games are sort of building on predecessor. Like, so if you look at like Super Meat Boy is, or actually no, an even better example is like Braid. So like Braid is like a modern, you know, somebody who played Mario Brothers a lot and loved it and then grew up and made their own game, and it wound up being Braid. And like Binding of Isaac is like somebody who really liked Legend of Zelda games, and you know, he grew up and made his own, like, you know, his own Zelda game. It's actually it's an indie genre I don't like a lot, but I think the best examples of it are really unique. Another Jonathan Blow example, The Witness, is very clearly the product of somebody who liked Myst a lot. I never played Myst. I know it's available on GOG, but I don't know. There's so many classic games. There's only so much. Myst does not seem like the sort of thing that I would be too crazy about. But The Witness is the product of a Satan. I haven't played too much of it. I enjoyed I enjoyed what I played of it. But yeah, I am definitely really interested in the fact that Soren Johnson's GDC talk was on, you know, you've inherited this thing from your predecessor game, but do you really need it? And I think 4X is quite ripe for that kind of examination. Oops, didn't mean to push that, but how you doing, Smishat? I was going somewhere with this, but oh yeah, real-time strategy. So I would be kind of interested to see, you know, if I play something like Command and Conquer Red Alert and I play StarCraft 2, if I can really identify what's different between the two of them. Because, like, I know off the top of my head I can select more units in StarCraft 2, but I don't necessarily consider that, like, I don't know how many years there is between StarCraft 2 and Red Alert, but if that's all that strategy has really grown to... Real-time strategy has really grown to, you know, grown into, like, color me unimpressed. That's why I found Tooth and Tail kind of an interesting run, because it focused everything around that one unit, which obviously made it accessible for consoles, but still gave you a lot of sort of in real-time decisions to make that were interesting. The Powermonger and the collection... What? Isaac Kleiner says the entire method of base building and resource extraction were different. For which game?
Rogue launched.
Ah, I see. Yeah. I mean, it's been a really long time. Like, I don't really know Command and Conquer that well at all. I might have played one of the Red Alerts, but I don't remember it. I have played some StarCraft, but I see. Apprentice 88 says StarCraft 2 has a lot of unit interactions that are carefully balanced, no best units, etc. Yeah, see, that's one of the problems that I run into too, is that because I'm not a very sophisticated RTS player, I have a very difficult time distinguishing between what is an example of like... So like, here's a great example actually. I like games like Street Fighter, but I'm not a fighting game kind of guy. And there is, you know, like, I would be very happy with a game that just lets me button mash and like makes me feel very powerful. And clearly people who are big on fighting games do not like that at all. Like, obviously a fighting game is supposed to be like you master the combos just like a martial artist masters the right moves. And it, you know, they map that experience of learning a martial art into the mechanics of the game. So in one sense, I think real-time strategy is really interesting because I love this idea of the fact that, like, if you play XCOM 2 and Frozen Synapse does a great job, whether it's 1 or 2, like, they do such a great job of breaking that down into like 30 seconds and like, what is the most perfect 30 seconds you can come up with an infinite amount of time to plan things out. Like, that's one thing I like a lot about turn-based strategy games. So it makes sense that for me to go to real time, it's a very different kind of experience, and maybe one that I'm a little turned off by. Because in the face of this ticking clock and decisions that you need to make at a fairly rapid pace, you know, you open yourself up to certain mistakes and such. And so the drawback there is, because I don't have a lot of sophistication in this genre, it's entirely possible that I am totally failing to appreciate certain nuances about balance, and how you manage your resources and whatnot. And that basically the development and the innovation in real-time strategy games has been largely to address some of these particulars in terms of how you know, what, either expanding the interesting decisions that you can make early on inside the game, or maybe adding a little bit more variety, as the Apprentice sort of said, in terms of some balance decisions and such. You know, expanding the number of things that you can do, but also creating lots of sort of plays and counterplays and whatnot. And this is the thing, is that me, as somebody who doesn't play these games and is largely unfamiliar with them, what I might perceive as being kind of like, oh yeah, now this isn't really that different from Command and Conquer. It's like, yeah, because, you know, you're that guy who goes into the art gallery and says, my kid could draw that. Like, there's a little bit more going on there. StarCraft 2 is also complex and nuanced enough that there's an online meta that patches churn every time when they come out. Definitely requires massive time investment to be very good at it. That I do know, so that's one of the reasons I don't play games like that online. It's actually one of the reasons why I didn't stop playing Dota, but I definitely pulled back from Dota a bit, because I do like a certain degree of a metagame, but I kind of dislike it when games get to a point where people are like, oh my god, you're doing X? What the hell were you thinking? It's like, you know what, maybe I just want to play the game. Maybe I don't want to sit down and read what YOLO Swag 42069 thinks about, you know, Priestess of the Moon versus, you know, Abaddon or something like that. Or, damn it, who is it? Luna versus Abaddon. But, like, again, am I really saying something other than maybe this just stuff isn't for me? I do have StarCraft 2. I do want to put it through its paces. But because I spent some time away from it, I don't know if I should just start the campaign from the beginning again or what. But that's gonna be a little experiment for myself, I think. Because I will say the one thing that I wish I was better at is making decisions in real time. I think that is an interesting dimension that computers add, and I've not been... Like, it's... Okay, so it's not that I don't like real-time strategy games, but I am also one of those players who really like spending the time building up a base, and I understand exactly why those games tend to be more favorable to sort of rush strategies. Because it's boring if you make a game, like if you make a base too strong and defensible, the game becomes very boring. It becomes a stalemate. And so you always want some kind of rush or aggressive strategy to be the dominant option, because that keeps the game dynamic and that keeps the game fun. And of course, this is the big problem for me, is that I don't really like that. It's the same reason that, like, I don't like the fact that Battle Royale games, it feels like you spend all of this time building up Are you saying you don't optimize your strats 100% before you play a game? What are you even doing? Yeah, exactly, Isaac Kleiner. And The Apprentice, yeah, I feel you played StarCraft 2 campaigns, but there's no way you're interested in playing online. Yeah, that's the thing. I wish I played more games online. I'm just too big of a scaredy cat, I think, at this point now. Kai LB, thank you very much for the host. What were you playing tonight? And welcome to all your viewers. I will head on to Ilium, but I do want to finish the idea of real-time strategy and whatnot before I jump into a proper story mission. But yeah, like, so, like Battle Royale, it feels like you have this time investment, like you're building this collection of weapons and things like that, and it really sort of feels like the whole idea behind Battle Royale is the invasion mechanic in Dark Souls. And the thing about the invasion mechanic in Dark Souls is that there's a very clear trade-off that's being made. That if you want some help in the game, you can get it, but the condition of getting that help is that you're gonna open the door to every other jackass, and there's lots of jackasses on the internet that want to ruin your game. So, how much is this thing worth to you? That's an interesting decision in the game that's kind of relying... I still think there's some things about the invasion mechanic which aren't great, but it's an interesting idea for sure. And I feel like Battle Royale is basically built entirely around the worst parts of the invasion mechanic. It feels like Battle Royale, the fun of it is knowing that you just ruined another guy's game. That, you know, everybody's spending this time building this wealth, building this investment, and the payoff for the game is that you destroy that investment. It just strikes me as a very negative foundation to build on a game. And so that's one of the reasons why I don't care so much for those kinds of games. I played like one round of Fortnite, and it wasn't bad, but I definitely didn't feel like it was for me. Not my tempo, as Johnny would say. So, for the similar reason, I like Terraria, and I'm pretty sure I will be interested in Subnautica because they take survival craft, and I really like this War of Mine, even though it makes me very sad. Because they're survival crafting games, and they have all of the interesting features of survival crafting games. I was so close to liking Conan Exiles, and I was reasonably close to liking Ark. The problem is that those games seem to have, and Rust especially, I was very unhappy with Rust. They seem to have built into them this assumption that to truly experience the game, you have to play the part which is about ruining the other things the players have built. and that is just not an appealing thing to me. So in the case of like StarCraft and things like that, I can sort of make my peace with the impulse to make more aggressive strategies pay off, because the alternative is to have this, you know, multi-hour long slugfest waiting for somebody to just, you know, give in, you know, to attrition basically, and, you know, you both just hate each other by the end because you've not been able to end it. You know, it's counter to my experience for the same reason. I think The Apprentice 88, you know, appreciates where I'm coming from on this one, where you know, sometimes you just want to build a base, sometimes you just want to see the cool Space Marines. But that's one that I can at least understand. There are good, like, gameplay reasons why. It's one of these things where, like, I as a player say I want something, but you know, in reality, if they ever implemented it, I would hate it. But yeah, I have tended to notice that there's a crop of games out where a lot of it just sort of seems to be around. Like, so here's the thing, like with Deathmatch you can lose. With Counter-Strike you can lose, but it's not like you've spent this time building this thing that is now destroyed. It's, you know, you're in an arena, you do the fight, and you didn't come out on top, and that's a shame. PlayerUnknown Battlegrounds, you know, Fortnite, Ark, Conan Exiles, there is just this culture and there's this whole ethic behind the game of, like, it's a dog-eat-dog world out there. If you don't screw a player, somebody else will, and you won't be powerful if you don't screw that other guy. And I just find it very unpleasant to play games like that. So, anyways, and I saw more Warframe, so very good, Kyle. I'm still on the very first frame I got in Warframe, so I'm bad at that. Despite as a powerful thing in our universe, and playing a game to ruin someone else is just as well. Yeah, but I mean, look, I mean, these are very successful games. Like, I do not think it is a coincidence that the transition went from survival crafting to Battle Royale. I think essentially Battle Royale is a distillation of the real reason why people play survival crafting games. And that's one of the big reasons why I have a lot of respect for what 11-Bit Studios did with this War of Mine, because they were able to preserve the constructive and interesting parts of survival crafting games, but more importantly, they did so through a lens that I think is a very important lens. I thought they did a great job of showing a very tragic and a very real thing that has happened basically within our lifetimes, but very few people know. And this is despite the fact that war appears a lot in games. So, doesn't mean you're bad. You've had Excalibur for a long time before getting it. Yeah, I have an Excalibur. I'm happy with my Excalibur. Anyway, Ilium is a classic garden world developed to serve as an entrepot between the Terminus systems and the Asari republics. To abet this trade, the normally stringent custom laws of Council space on product safety, prescribed materials, and sapient trafficking are relaxed. Officially, Ilium is not an Asari world. It is colonized and operated by Asari corporate interests. This gives the same legal latitude enjoyed by the human corporate research enclaves of Noveria. Ilium is one of the youngest Asari colonies settled during the 7th expansion wave. The first child born on this world is now only reaching her middle age. The world is hot and massive. Ground settlement is only possible at the higher polar latitudes. In the more equatorial regions, the population is housed in arcology skyscrapers to escape the heat of the surface. Colony founded 1617. Surface population 84,900,000. Population in level 4 and level 5 stations 80,300. Capital Nosastra. Orbital distance 1.3 AU. Orbital period 1.5 Earth years. Radius 7,431 kilometers. Day length 25 Earth hours. Atmospheric pressure 1.15 Earth atmospheres. Surface temperature a balmy 63 Celsius. and surface gravity 1.2 Gs. Let's see some space elves. Cold coffee is still good coffee, but I am probably going to be up very late tonight now. It's already 1. All right.
Welcome to Nosastra, Commander Shepard. We've been instructed to waive all docking and administration fees for your visit. My name is Karina. If you need information about the area, it would be my pleasure to assist you.
Who instructed you to waive the fees?
The order came from Liara Tassoni, who paid all fees on your behalf. She also asked that I direct you to speak with her at your convenience. She's near the trading floor.
What can you tell me about Nosastra?
It's an exciting city. We see a lot of new cultures and goods because of our proximity to the Terminus systems. At the same time, Ilium is still an Asari world. You should be as safe here as you would be on the Citadel. For your own safety, however, I recommend against signing anything.
What's so dangerous about signing something?
Ilium is a free trade world, Commander. Contract term requirements are more relaxed here than on other planets. It's a small price to pay for keeping our competitive edge in goods from the Terminus systems.
That's right. This is the first time. So this planet, when I played this for the first time, I was like, holy crap, there are some really interesting ideas in this game. Okay. I'm happy we'll only be doing one story mission. I think the way that I'm going to... and I sort of agree, Isaac Kleiner. I worked at Starbucks for a little while, so I learned to slurp my coffee when it was really hot. So I don't have as much of the problem. And honestly, I love coffee so much. I'll drink it when it's cold. I always have iced coffee just because I live in Ottawa and I walk with my coffee out. Okay. I think I'm going to change the structure of how I do Mass Effect 2 in the future. For Ilium, I am going to play a story mission right at the start, and I'm going to try and do that so that I can spend more time talking about the mission and its implications rather than kind of BS about gaming in general and then like have the story mission be the big finale and not discuss as many things, because there's some really interesting ideas in Ilium.
You mentioned trading. What gets traded on Ilium?
Anything you can imagine, Commander. Ilium is a wonderful world for those who can afford it. In order to remain competitive as a Terminus systems port, we've relaxed many of the standards you'd find on other Asari worlds. Most drugs are legal, provided they are labeled properly. You can buy almost any weapon or technology. You can even buy indentured servants.
I can't believe an Asari world would allow slavery.
We try to avoid calling it slavery. All indentured servants on Ilium have voluntarily agreed to a term of service. Most choose indentured service as a means to pay off debt or avoid imprisonment. A contract holder is responsible for the well-being of her servants, and a servant's duties are agreed upon before the contract is signed.
You said Liara was here? What is she doing?
Liara is one of Nosastra's most respected information brokers. Nosastra is based upon trade. Information is valuable currency, and Liara has done quite well. As I said, you'll find her near the trading floor. She was looking forward to seeing you.
Do you have any recommendations about what to do on Nosastra?
Our trading center is directly ahead. You'll find restaurants and shops nearby as well. I suggest you browse our shopping kiosks. You can find things on Nosastra that you can't find anywhere else in the galaxy.
I'm on a mission. Can you help me find someone?
I can help you find major entertainment centers or stores, but I'm afraid I can't point you to individual people.
How
Liara
much?
is excellent at that type of work, however. I imagine she can help you.
Thank you.
Again, welcome to our city, Commander. Please enjoy your stay.
Customs comms records indicate a Justicar named Samara is visiting this port, Shepard. Your former teammate, Liara Tassoni, may have more information. Her office overlooks the trading floor. You may wish to speak with her regarding the whereabouts of Thane Krios, the assassin on your dossier, as well.
I will admit, one of the things that interests me so much about this one is that they start you off with a warning not to sign anything, and then they try and justify slavery by saying, it's like, well, you know, they know what they're getting into at the start. It's like, yeah, but you told me not to sign any contracts.
Shipping lanes near Omega were recently hit by a series of deadly raids. Merchant fleets are being asked to resynchronize their IFF protocols.
25. Sell at 25.
No. You're not hearing me. I want to buy it up. Buy it all up.
Come on. Give me something.
Very few Quarians ever set foot here. Ilium doesn't allow the flotilla to approach beyond a certain distance. This is the greatest planet in the galaxy for those who can afford it, and they work hard to keep the Quarian fleet away.
How embarrassing would it be for the Reapers to win because Shepard was busy mopping someone else's floor? For those of you who don't know the title, this game...
Excuse me, are you Commander Shepard?
Nope, don't know who you are. Don't make me sign anything. Space Quest actually has a Roger Wilco as a janitor turned space star captain or whatever. So Shepard mopping the floor is a slightly higher probability now than at any other point.
You're Commander Shepard? I saw your... I guess you would say your aura. I'd recognize you anywhere. I was asked to give you a message if I saw you. It's from a friend you made on Novaria.
I met a lot of people on Novaria. Could you be more specific?
I believe the message itself should make it clear. Shepard, we hide. We borrow. We build. But we know that you seek those who soured the songs of our mothers. When the time comes, our voice will join with yours, and our crescendo will burn the darkness clean. Thank you, Shepard. The Rachni will sing again because of you.
How did you possess another Asari? You can't just take over people's minds like that.
Peace, Shepard. The Rachni Queen does not control my thoughts. That was merely the message I was asked to deliver. I encountered her on an uncharted world. She saved my life. More than that, she gave me a purpose. They are an amazing people, Shepard. The galaxy owes you a great debt for giving them a second chance.
How did you find the Rachni?
I was working as a courier. Pirates ambushed my ship, and I was forced down on an uncharted planet. I was badly injured, alone and near death. Then they found me. They saved me.
You obviously got off-world again. Did the Rachni give you a ship?
No. Countless workers repaired my ship. It runs better now than it did before. They remind me of the Keepers on the Citadel in a way. All working together, each with a purpose.
What happened to the pirates who attacked you?
They were obliterated, as they should have been. The Rachni are not aggressive, but they do what they must.
You said the Queen gave you a purpose. What do you mean?
The Queen shared her song with me as I recovered. I saw the Rachni as only an Asari could. They are so beautiful, and so vulnerable. They needed someone to purchase things they cannot make themselves. Someone to work within the system. An agent, if you will. I am happy to help. My life as a courier was empty and shallow. Now I'm helping a great race rebuild itself.
You were really comfortable walking away from your old life?
You're concerned that the Queen is controlling me. I understand, but it doesn't work like that. Our minds were in perfect harmony. I saw their beautiful spirit and their need. I knew what I had to do. If some part of that is suggestion, then it was a side effect from their efforts to save my life. I am happy.
I got that she was grateful. What else was her message saying?
That the first Rachni War was a mistake. Some things soured the voices of her people. In Rachni psychology, that would be like mind control, I think. It doesn't really translate. Anyway, she believes you are fighting the ones who did that, and she promises to help.
Thank you for giving me that information. I'm glad my friend on Noveria is doing well.
Be well, Commander Shepard. You will not see me again.
That was a really neat little encounter, and again, I think one of the things that's so interesting about this for me is having played this as a standalone game the first time around, and I mean, in one sense, I know I'm forgetting things from the first playthrough that I did, but to play this in light of having played the first game, just the number of things that open up and how much more... That's so interesting that those two animations played at the same time. I don't know, I really like these little moments where you know, you have echoes from the first game show up. I am enjoying Mass Effect 2 a lot more having played the first game.
Lots of money here. Soft people who'd make good victims.
Everyone knows you're a badass, Jack.
Day away from becoming Omega.
Holy crap, Shepard! I thought you were dead.
Who are you?
Shepard? The news said you were dead.
You said
What
that
happened?
already.
No, wait, probably classified. Forget I asked. You just have to lie. It's been a couple of years. I'm Gianna Parasini, Noveria Internal Affairs. You helped me nail Administrator Analeas.
Happy to help. What happened to Administrator Analeas?
He made the one mistake Noveria won't tolerate. He got caught taking their money. He's doing a few years in white-collar prison. More importantly, he won't work in the field again. Sit down. If I remember right, I owe you a beer. What brings you to Ilium? You know, that you can talk about.
You ever heard of the Collectors? They're attacking human colonies. I'm gonna stop them.
Damn, Shepard. For me, a tough job involves more paperwork. Hey, listen, I just remembered something. I've gotta go. Talk to you later? And don't forget to drink your beer.
Shepard had to leave. Target saw me. Couldn't break cover. A sorry merchant smuggling schematics from Noveria. Can you talk her into showing you good stuff? It's all a little expensive.
I'm looking for the best tech upgrades you have.
Of course. I can help you with a consult and figure out what options work for you.
Welcome. You look like someone who needs high-quality equipment. Feel free to look around. My store has the best tech and biotic equipment on Ilium.
Is everything here so expensive? I'd planned to drop a lot of credits today.
Really?
I'm outfitting a team for a dangerous mission. I need the best, and I'm willing to pay for it, as long as you work with me.
Well, perhaps I could give you a preferred rate at the kiosk. Here, a small discount, and when I get special items in, you can take a look.
What kind of special items are we talking about?
Oh, you know, schematics, designs. Nothing illegal, but I may not have all the licenses to sell them.
Do you have anything else? Anything not listed on your main merchandise kiosk?
Well, there is one thing. Very advanced design. Not publicly available yet.
That's because it's still in development on Noveria, and illegal for export. Hello, Hermia.
Parasini, you set me up! But this isn't Noveria. You don't have the authority to arrest me.
I don't care whether you go to jail. I've got all the evidence I need to find you out of business.
Do you have the authority to seize the schematic she's trying to sell?
I don't have to. Hermia was under suspicion. We leaked a faulty device to her. All this thing will ever do is blow up in your face.
I need to go. I have to talk to my lawyer.
Talk fast, Hermia. When the fines hit, you won't be able to afford him. Ah, that was good. I've got to go file a few papers. Come by my table when you've got a minute.
Well, sorry, what do you mean by the upgrades, The Apprentice? I just wanted to double check the prices on everything, but I think...
Hermia is going to be a very poor woman very shortly. Thanks for the help, Shepard. I love nailing Asari. So
So do I.
and
Oh, wait.
superior. Then you get them and they squeal like schoolgirls.
Who wrote that line?
It must be nice having a job that you really enjoy.
I wanted to be a cop, or CSEC, but my family had bills. I needed the money a corporate job brought in. Besides, in this job, you don't see things that make it hard to sleep at night. White-collar crime is nice and clean. Hell, at least this time I didn't have to wear heels and a dress.
How'd you end up on Noveria anyway?
Scholarship program and a competitive internship. Turned out I was only middling at the science, but I could always ferret out secrets. You grow up poor and surrounded by rich kids, you get good at hiding yourself. Helps with going undercover.
What's up next for you?
Research. We've had some hacking attacks lately, and I want to make sure they're external. A lot of people are suddenly interested in dark energy. My bosses want to know if it's something to worry about. That'll hold me over until I have to go back undercover anyway.
Oh no, that's fine. The Apprentice. I mean, like overall, the game's got a nice visual upgrade. I wasn't sure if you were. There's a couple of things that I thought you could be referring to, especially depending on what the delay between my comments and reading chat were. So I just wanted to be clear.
It must be hard going undercover so often.
It's not so bad. Go new places, be new people. The only weird part is when you go home and try to talk to people, and you forget how to react. Like it's another cover, you know?
Deep down, part of you likes fooling people. That's what makes you good at it.
Part of me, yeah. I grew up poor and working class. Now I walk around the rich and powerful, taking notes, getting evidence. And they never see me coming.
It's been a pleasure, Gianna.
You too, Shepard. See you around.
What I really wanted was a ship.
Another difficult development for human expansion as the colony on Horizon has been attacked. The Council has suggested that the attacks are a tragic coincidence, likely the result of...
I need minimal heat increase and speed. I have extremely high performance requirements.
Certainly, sir.
Safe, too. I need a 100% safety guarantee of anything going on to my suit.
Does living at a higher altitude make you more intelligent? Our report may surprise you. New data commissioned by the Architectural Unit.
Do you really need to... Is it that hard to sell high-rise apartments?
Shepard Memorial Plaza on Elysium was voted this year's hottest wedding location. Under Admiral Hackett's orders, money raised from wedding fees goes to funds for Alliance veterans.
What's my cut?
We'll figure something out. Stop worrying. It's okay. I'll think of something.
You said Synthetic Insights would buy me. You said it was an easy sale.
I assumed they would want an AI tech. Hello. Can I help you with something?
I need you to let that slave go. Now.
We prefer the term indentured servant. And I know that Batarian slavers have made humans understandably prejudiced against slavery.
Pretty sure humans did a good job of that too.
Know that this Quarian signed the agreement voluntarily, and her servitude contract is completely legal on Ilium. If you actually want to help the Quarian, convince the Synthetic Insights representative to purchase her contract.
Why did this Quarian sign herself into slavery?
I tried to play the stock market. I'm good with numbers, and I thought I had a way to make unlimited money. I lost everything. Then I got a credit line and lost that. Then I took out an illegal loan. You get the picture.
As part of our agreement, I paid off her debts. 5 years from now, she'll have a fresh start and excellent work references.
Sounds great. Unless you lose her paperwork or come up with a reason to hold her longer.
All contracts are monitored by Ilium law enforcement. In a case such as you described, the burden of proof would be on me. No system is perfect, but safeguards are set up to protect all parties.
What if I bought her myself? I could let her go and everyone would be happy.
A gallant offer with 3 problems. First, her technical skill merits a contract of several 100,000 credits.
There's also a fee for freeing me before my service period ends.
Exactly. And finally, you are clearly a traveler. Her service contract requires that she remain on Ilium.
I don't want them to take me off to a mine somewhere.
I'll talk to the Synthetic Insights rep and see what I can do.
Really? Thank you. I'd appreciate that.
That's actually, I think... So this is where we're really getting into... I think... So obviously financial markets are going to be the thing that I'm really interested in. And I think another example of where I got to appreciate how well thought through Mass Effect is little details like that contract. So, you know, it's neat that they give you the option. It's like, I'll do the heroic thing and I will buy this person's contract and you know, and free them. And it's like, you don't have the money for that. Even if you did have the money for it, we've already planned that. There is a fee if you want to just, free the slaves. We're kind of relying on these markets. This is what makes our economy work. So we want to create a disincentive for doing that. And then the last one is, and she also needs to stay on Ilium. Oh, and by the way, that's not because we're jerks. That's because the Quarian wanted it, because she knows that there's potentially worse things that can happen to her if that's not in there. And it's just, again, it's one of these things where if everything that you know about the world comes from movies, which is sometimes a criticism you can level against Grand Theft Auto. Everything you know about the world just basically came from watching Martin Scorsese movies. Then you get that surface level and it might be really entertaining, and sure, you get to have your big heroic moment where you save the slave because you earned a lot of credits. But then you have moments like this one where it's like, you think you're the first person who's come onto this planet and tried to buy up all the slaves as the great emancipator? Like, we do this for a living. No, you can't do that. And here's 101 really complicated legal reasons why, which I suspect is kind of what a planet like this might look like. So, yeah, I don't know. There's lots of things. I mean...
He says, oh, it's okay. Our amino acids are all different, so it's not like we can get diseases or anything if we go natural.
I'm telling you, this is why you shouldn't date humans.
So then I had to explain about cross-species fluid contact. Completely killed the mood.
Not to mention that you're a Quarian. How could he be so insensitive?
I think there's a little bit more dialogue here. I seem to remember this guy being like, I want to buy him a fedora. Anyway. Yeah, I remember...
You deserve somebody who respects you.
Yep,
Somebody who's
yep.
going to treat you right.
Oh, I think I'm just going to stop dating for a while.
No, don't do that. Don't let some human spoil you.
It's always the same thing. Ooh, she could get sick. She's vulnerable. I wonder what she looks like under the helmet.
You'll find someone out there who cares about you for who you are. Someone whose food you can eat, even.
Go for it, man. I bet she really likes you. You just gotta say it. So I haven't played Mass Effect 3, Isaac Kleiner, but I'm assuming you're not a fan.
Can I help you with something?
Oh, damn it. There was more dialogue of that.
How'd you like to get your hands on an expert Quarian AI programmer?
If you'd like to submit a resume, Wait. Is this that slave? Synthetic Insights has no interest in purchasing slave labor. We're under enough scrutiny from the Citadel without engaging in practices the Council disapproves of. To be frank, we're hardly hiring anyone. The Geth attack on the Citadel didn't engender much love for artificial intelligence.
It sounds like Synthetic Insights is worried about its reputation. Hiring this Quarian would help.
Buying a slave helps our reputation. How exactly do you figure?
Purchase the contract, minus the fee for early emancipation, then free the Quarian and garnish wages for reimbursement.
I know the migrant fleet would be grateful, and more likely to make purchases from you.
Interesting. We look good for hiring a Quarian, and we can say that we freed slaves out of the goodness of our hearts. All right, I'll run up a contract. The board might wet its pants, but we could use the good publicity. This Quarian had better be good, though.
It's a really smart decision, actually. See, the big thing for me is that I know there was the photo of Tali. I didn't know it was a stock photo model. And I wasn't that bothered by the photo. So when I found out it was a stock photo model, I'm like, well, you know. I guess the big thing is that because I wasn't bothered by it in the moment, I didn't... The revelation that they didn't, you know, get some illustrator to come up with a... You know, to come up with a, you know, a custom designed Tali, it just didn't really faze me that much.
Synthetic Insights just sent over the contract. I cannot thank you enough.
I'm happy to help.
Here, for your trouble. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll get this service contract transferred.
Thank you. I'll stay out of trouble this time.
So then he says, oh, it's okay. Our amino acids are all different. So it's not like we can get diseases or anything if we go natural.
Excuse me, I'm waiting for someone.
Who are you waiting for?
Excuse me, I'm waiting for someone.
Yeah.
Excuse me, I'm waiting for someone. Excuse me, I'm waiting for someone. Excuse me, I'm waiting for someone.
Stop poking me!
You deserve somebody who respects you. Somebody who's going to treat you right.
Oh, I think I'm just going to stop dating for a while.
No, don't do that. Don't let some human spoil you.
It's always the same thing.
Ooh, she could get sick. She's vulnerable. I wonder what she looks like under the helmet.
You'll find someone out there who cares about you for who you are. Someone whose food you can eat, even.
Eyes of Sin, have you ever had this conversation with someone? Alright. I'm gonna walk away and come back and see if the dialogue triggers it
If
again.
you're hurting for things to do, maybe after work we could catch a vid or something.
Yeah, go for it! Oh, that's sweet. But I'm okay. A little dry spell isn't gonna kill me.
We could watch Fleet and Flotilla. It got awards for its portrayal of the Turian and Quarian relationship.
Nope, you're going on too strong.
If worst comes to worst, I did have the nerve stimulation program built into my suit.
And I hear that the love scenes are... What?
Oh yeah. Standard equipment for any responsible adult. Oh here, let me fire it up. Excuse me, human. Private conversation.
A little space, please.
Let me turn on my cloaking device. Hang on. Let's see if we can find something. Okay. Let's see what we can do here. Nope. That's not going to work at all. I was going to try and give him the appropriate headwear, but...
I still don't see why we're here. Solarians do not get married.
My family simply negotiated a reproduction contract.
Whatever. It's the closest you guys get to a wedding. And that means you get a bachelor party. End of story.
I don't understand. Humans celebrate wedding contracts by tempting infidelity? That makes no sense.
Calm down, man. Don't embarrass me in front of the stripper.
What do Turians do? Do Turians do this too?
I'm just here for the drinks.
You said that bachelor parties are for very close friends. We're just co-workers.
We've been co-workers for 5 years, though. Aren't Solarian years like dog years?
Okay, now that's offensive. I appreciate the gesture, but my people don't even have sex drives the way humans do.
Uh-huh. Take a look at that, man. Everybody likes the Asari. Everybody.
But we actually reproduce by... My word. She is very limber. I can appreciate her dancing in an aesthetic manner, but I don't have feelings of... She is a lovely shade of blue.
Okay, that makes my legs hurt just watching it. And my knees are meant to bend that way.
This isn't as bad as I'd feared. It's actually... Is it warm in here?
Okay. You see that bit there?
The little divot in her abdomen?
It's called a belly button. Humans and Asari have them, and you're gonna be doing shots out of it later tonight.
That can't be sanitary.
Not the point, man.
I can understand why I might find Asari attractive, but how can they be attractive to humans too? They look just like Solarians.
What? They look exactly like us. I'm not seeing the Solarian thing at all. At all.
You're both wrong. Asari look just like blue Turians. Look at the head fringe.
Wait. You don't think they're like mind controlling us to see them as attractive, do you?
Please be quiet. You're going to ruin Asari for me. And there aren't many Turian women on Ilium.
I always like...
I suppose watching just one more dance wouldn't hurt.
That's the spirit.
As long as I'm not paying for the drinks.
I actually really like that revelation that basically the Asari seem to be this thing that people project them, or of course the possibility that they're being mind controlled, but I really liked this idea that people project onto the Asari what they
I
want.
still don't see why we're here. Solarians do not get married. My family's...
So then he says...
Ah, damn it, I wanted more of that dialogue. Okay.
Welcome to Eternity. I'm Athena, Asari matriarch and bartender. What can I get you?
You're an Asari matriarch? I thought matriarchs served as honored advisors.
Right. Which I do here at this bar. I know. Not what you'd expect. But nobody on Thessia wanted to listen to my wise counsel, so here I am. Dad was a Krogan who fought in the Rachni Wars. My mother fought in the Krogan rebellions. I've pretty much seen it all.
Your mother fought in the Krogan rebellions?
I don't know whether she fought. She scouted, sniped a few people, and blew up a couple of space stations. You know, commando stuff. She put the old commando leathers on for special nights with Dad. Goddess, that was embarrassing.
If your mother fought in the rebellions and your father was a Krogan, didn't that cause tension?
They didn't meet until a few hundred years after the Turians put the boot in with the damn genophage. As far as either one knew, they were both just warriors. Dad boasted. Mom stayed quiet. Mom was a matriarch herself. Dad was near on 1,000 when the truth came out.
What happened when he found out?
I was about 100, shaking my ass in some sleazy bar. They got me on the link. Told me that they were gonna have it out, and made me promise to love whichever one survived. Turned out to be damn easy, since neither one did. Family, huh? What a kick in the quad.
You said your father fought in the Rachni Wars?
Yeah, when he was young. Loved showing off his war scars. Krogan think they're sexy. Me, I go for asses. When I was a girl, he'd tell me about landing on this poison-filled world and stomping a Rachni queen into muck. Scientists say all that stuff about us getting genetic material from the father is crap. Seems like I got a bit of his mouth, though.
Why is a matriarch in a bar serving drinks?
It's better than what most other matriarchs are doing. Look at that screw-up with Saren and his Geth a few years back. Their ships were hanging bare-assed in space when Saren started shooting. If not for you humans, we would have bought it right there. And I warned him. Told people on Thessia what was coming and they didn't want to hear it.
What didn't they want to hear?
That art and philosophy and political prowess wasn't gonna cut it. We can't go a single Asari lifetime without some big war breaking out. We need to get our daughters working earlier, not spending their wild maiden years stripping or in merc bands. When I started talking about making new mass relays ourselves, they laughed the blue off my ass. So now, I serve drinks.
What's it like living for nearly 1,000 years?
Violent. Wars break out. Colonies get destroyed. Sometimes you hear good news, like that colony on Pharaoh surviving. That's the exception, though. You find peace in whatever arms will hold you. Turian, Elcor, Hanar. Even had a pureblood daughter. I was the father. Didn't work out. And one day you wake up, your figure's gotten matriarchal, and everyone else is too young to remember how the Quarians looked inside those suits.
Thanks for telling me about that.
That's what I'm here for, babe. Get you anything else?
Just looking around.
Right. Don't eat the nuts in the Red Bowls. They're for Turians and Quarians. You'll get cramps.
Sounds like a challenge. Wait a minute. So I thought there might be, like, a spaceship or something here, but I was wrong.
You deserve somebody who respects you. Somebody who's going to treat you right.
Oh, I think I'm just going to stop shooting for a while.
Don't do that.
Stars, your skin looks amazing. You're not using biotics to touch things up, are you?
Actually, I just tried Exoderm. New Exoderm moisturizing cleanser.
So,
Do you have anything flashier? I want something that says, I own this room. I own you.
Bad luck on the stock market, debt piling up. Perhaps you need to explore other options.
Hello, Commander Shepard. Liara will be pleased to see you.
You're Liara's assistant.
Yes, Liara relies upon me to acquire useful intelligence. I don't have her network of contacts, but I supply her with supplemental data. It's really an honor to work with her.
What's Liara's reputation here on Ilium?
She is greatly respected. In a few short years, she's amassed a sizable network of connections. She could have even more political power than she already wields if she weren't so focused on her personal goals. But I believe she should tell you about that, not me.
I'll talk to you later.
Of course, Commander.
Have you faced an Asari commando unit before? Few humans have. I'll make it simple. Either you pay me, or I flay you alive. With my mind. Shepard! Nixeris, hold my calls. Shepard. My sources said you were alive, but I never believed. It's very good to see you.
You have sources now?
A few. Sources, contacts, even a little hired muscle. I've been working as an information broker. It's paid the bills since you... well, for the past 2 years. And now you're back, gunning for the collectors with Cerberus.
If you know that, then you know that I could use your help.
I can't, Shepard. I'm sorry. I have commitments here, things I need to take care of.
What kind of things do you need to take care of? Are you in trouble?
No, no trouble. But it's been a long 2 years. I had things to do while you were gone. I have debts to repay. Listen, if you want to help, I need someone with hacking expertise. Someone I can trust. If you could disable security at key points around Ilium, you could get me information I need. That would help me a great deal.
What's this all about, Liara? Can't you just talk to me?
Don't you think I want to, Shepard? This isn't because I don't trust you. This is Ilium. Anything I say is probably being recorded.
Hacking a terminal sounds pretty easy. Why do you need me?
I don't know anyone else I can trust. Hacking the security node won't get you the data. It just creates a minor glitch in the system. You'll have a short time to find a local server left vulnerable by that glitch, and upload the data to my system. I'm leaving my own system vulnerable so that the data can be imported during that short time.
If it'll help you, I'll take care of it.
When you hack one, a server will open somewhere nearby for a short time. You can download data from there, if you hurry. Thank you, Shepard. This may help me pay a great debt.
There's an Asari named Samara here on Ilium. Do you know where I could find her?
Samara. Yes. She arrived recently and registered with Tracking Officer Dara. You can find Dara at the transportation hub.
Why would Samara have to register with a tracking officer? Is she a criminal?
No. In fact, she's quite the opposite. Samara is a Justicar, one of an ancient sect of Asari warriors. Dara can tell you more.
I'm looking for Thane Krios. He's supposed to be here on Ilium.
The assassin? Yes. He arrived here a few days ago. My sources tell me he may be targeting a corporate executive, Nisana Dantius. He contacted a woman named Serena. Serena has an office in the cargo transfer levels. Perhaps she can tell you where Krios is.
That was all just off the top of your head?
I'm a very good information broker, Shepard. The world of intrigue isn't that different from a dig site, except that the dead bodies still smell.
Thanks for the help. That's all I needed to know.
Of course. If there's anything else I can help you with, let me know.
How's your own work going?
Everyone needs information, Shepard. You want to know why I don't drop everything to join you? I need to get that data. It should be about friendship, or trust. But that's not the way it works on Ilium. Let me know when you hack those terminals. Give me that, and I can talk to you.
If it'll help you, I'll take care of it.
When you hack one, a server will Thank you, Shepard. This may help me pay a great debt.
I'll talk to you later, Liara.
It's another great, I mean, I'm saying this pretty much about everything that I see in the game, but it's neat to see a character like Liara take a direction like that, because obviously it's a very different direction from what you see her as in the first game, but it's not so incredible that you're like, well, that just doesn't make any sense. Like it's one of these ones where it's like, yeah, I can actually see this working out, and you sort of have this impression that Liara is not totally different, but is definitely has grown, or at least changed as a person. And again, they're all nice little minor touches that I sort of like. I think the thing that I like the most is that the game really is selling me on the fact. And again, this is something I absolutely would not have appreciated the first time that I played. I just really like this idea that the game is reinforcing the fact that it's not just that the galaxy was on hold for the 2 years that you were being reconstructed. People changed more than location. It sort of makes sense that everybody's uncomfortable that you're with Cerberus. I've never really. I think one of the big things for me, I think it's really only with Tali that I ever felt that people felt very betrayed by the decision. And obviously there are characters with like really big moments. With like, I can't believe you're with Cerberus. Oh my God, why would you do that? But I think one of the things that's so interesting about the Tali one is that you run into her and she goes away, but you meet her again and she's actually somebody who winds up on your crew. I don't know if it's the fact that I knew that she'd wind up back on the crew again or what, but for some reason it just creates a level of authenticity that I didn't quite feel when running into some of the other characters. But of course, now that I've run into Liara, like again, I think the thing that's so interesting is like when you run into stories like this, you have, it's been 2 years. What's changed? I moved to a new planet. Anything else? No, I still like books and I still uncover Prothean ruins. Okay then. And there's lots of really good reasons why you'd want to do that, because maybe people don't want to listen to a lot of exposition. Maybe people don't, you don't feel like the player will be particularly interested in that. I mean, if you can't play Liara, or if you can't have her on your crew, like in number 1, maybe it doesn't make a whole lot of sense to spend some time getting to know her. But of course, because this is, it seems like there was a pretty clear decision to have this being played as a trilogy. It seems like they're sort of afforded these opportunities to say, we are going to take some time that maybe we wouldn't have done in another game, and we're actually going to talk about the fact that Liara is a different person and has a very complicated backstory, which we are going to hold away from you. Until you do this mission or something like that. And again, these are little touches that I like, because I almost kind of compare it to something that happened. Alan Moore was talking about this in a documentary when Watchmen came out. Watchmen was so different, and it really challenged this idea of sort of the squeaky clean hero, that all of a sudden you have every comic book hero is just trying to go to these really dark and gritty places, or at the very least, character development would be the character has a limp or something like that, which is obviously that's not what gives Watchmen its power. And I sometimes feel that some of the stories that we get in games are a variation on that, which is, we're going to make a complicated character so they get an eye patch. Whereas in the case of Mass Effect, it's sort of here are some people who you met and you got to know. And even though they're not going to be a major part of your story in this game, we are going to take as much time sort of creating this implication of a whole bunch of things that happened to them while you were away. And this will be true of Tali, who you can have in your crew. But this will also be true of people who you can't have inside of your crew. So anyways, I need to find the security terminals, which are somewhere. Oh yeah, and the Justicar. And that's in the transport hub.
Defense weapon. Customer safety is important, and Koros remains committed to providing the best radiation-based solutions on the market. Koros, a division of Elcos Compost.
Listen, I know the data is vital to the Kurosa family. Nasana Dantius didn't give us time to pack. I'm lucky I got out at all. Her mercenaries were starting to shoot. If she lets us back in, I'll get it, I promise. If not, well, we'll just have to hope. Excuse me, I'm on an important call.
Oh, I heard. Keep talking.
Excuse me, I'm on an important call.
Explorer ships have reported seeing vessels of an unknown make, but whose silhouette strongly resembles ancient Rachni ship profiles. The few ships sighted have been small scouting vessels that rapidly retreated. The Council has pledged a full investigation.
This is neat. I wonder if they're... I wondered for a second if they were playing a game, but I think this is just they're doing something like stock markety.
Serena?
Who wants to know?
Name's Shepard. Liara Tassoni said you might have information on Thane Krios.
Tana, cover for me.
I actually wanted
Over
to do
here.
the Justicar mission, but...
Yeah, I know who Thane Krios is. I might have passed him some information, but I didn't hire him. What do you want to know?
Maybe you could help me find him.
I can tell you, but you won't stop him. When he contacted me, I checked up on him. The man never gives up on a job. I ran security for Nasana Dantius. Then I found out she was having people killed to cover up her dirty secrets. She fired me when I confronted her. Her loss. I might have been good enough to stop Thane from taking her down.
If you work there, you must have an idea what his opposition will be.
Eclipse mercs. High-tech killer. Undisciplined, but very well-equipped. They don't much care who they kill, as long as they're paid for it. Thane has quite a reception waiting for him. I told him all I knew. He didn't seem worried.
Why does that name sound familiar?
She was a representative on the Citadel a few years ago.
Right. She had me kill her sister, the slaver.
I thought that was just a rumor. Well, you know what she's capable of then.
She has even more power here in Nos Astra. She uses it to keep her friends in check, and her enemies dead.
So where do I find Thane?
The Dantius Towers, penthouse level of Tower 1. There's a second tower, still under construction. If Thane is smart, he'll go in from there.
It doesn't sound like Nasana's just gonna let me in.
She's as smart as she is paranoid. No one's getting in or out of there without a fight. I can get you in, but you'll only get one shot. You'd better be ready.
Do you know anything else about Thane?
Not much. He did say that he's not doing the hit for money. Nobody hired him. I wanted to know who I was helping, and he said he's doing this job on his own. That he had to restore the balance of his life. I don't know. Maybe he's crazy. If he takes down Nasana, I don't care why he does it.
You're just offering your help. No strings attached?
You're going to look for Thane. Nasana's mercenaries will try to stop you. At the least, you'll distract her guards. Take a little fire, give Thane a clear shot. I didn't hire him to kill Nasana, but I won't shed any tears when she gets what's coming to her.
So I was originally going to do the Justicar mission, but let's pick up Thane, and then probably the Justicar will be the first thing I do next week, assuming I play Mass Effect 2.
Let's go then.
Good. I'm tired of this crap. We'll go tonight as soon as the shift workers clear out of Tower 2.
Always bring the A-team. So one thing I think would be sort of interesting if there were to be a modern take.
The tower's heavily guarded, and you'll find more resistance closer to the penthouse. So, this assassin, you planning to stop him?
I'm just here to make sure he survives.
See, this is a really neat little sequence. I think what would be really interesting on...
There they are, the Dantius Towers. You'll have to get up to the second tower and cross the bridge to the penthouse. Her mercs will fight you every step, but it's your best chance.
Why don't we just save time and take the shuttle up?
She's got mercs with rockets just waiting for you to try. You get maybe halfway up before they shot you down. Besides, your assassin won't go in that way. Best to go in low.
Any last-minute tips about the towers?
The Eclipse mercs will be well fortified by now, and they won't want to disappoint Nasana. There's no automated defenses or traps, just focus on anything moving.
Alright, let's do this.
Hold on. Don't linger too long. They'll be here to greet you soon enough. Good luck, Shepard.
This is a great way to start a mission. But yeah, so one of the things that I think would be so interesting for a modern take on this, on like a Mass Effect 2, is if you were to do sort of a return to Ilium. So the way a sense of a crowd is created in this is through the cinematics. You get on a ship, or you get in one of the shuttles, and you have this cutscene where you're seeing lots of activity going on. But of course, when I look here, I just see the occasional car, and because of the time that it's made, you can't necessarily rely on big crowd scenes in a game like this. And again, it's one of these things where it isn't like, it's not adding too much. It's more of a nice to have. But I think one of the things that would be really interesting in a a modern Mass Effect, you know, if they were to, obviously it's sort of on ice because of what happened to Andromeda, but I think it would be really interesting to see what Ilium looks like once they've removed that constraint of how costly it is to add more people inside of it, because I really feel like this planet, maybe also the Citadel, but this planet above all, I sort of felt a little bit empty compared to what was implied, especially by the cinematics. Although obviously this tower mission is a little bit different because, you know, it's supposed to be empty. But this is a great example of how I'm sort of spoiled by modern games. I'm like, oh, there's not enough people in this environment. My immersion. Obviously, I enjoy this game very much, and it's because they... Oh, there we go. I know they sell the world even despite the limitation. Like, it's only now, having played a bunch of Assassin's Creed games that have these really big audiences, that make me wonder. It's like, why is this place so empty? It's like, well, because, you know, Unity wasn't out yet.
He's alive, barely.
I can't feel my legs. My chest is killing me.
Who did this to you? And why?
We're just night workers. Nasana sent them after us. She sent the mechs to round us up, but we didn't hear. They just started shooting.
They just attacked you?
Yes. They were too slow. It was horrible. Everyone screaming. The mechs said there was no time. Nasana wanted us out of the way. Immediately. Then... the dogs...
He needs medical attention, Shepard.
Here. That should ease the pain and keep you alive until help arrives.
He doesn't know where the assassin is.
Take your time.
I think I'm better. Find the other workers. Help them.
I need to get up to the penthouse. Any suggestions?
Take the service elevator to the upper floors. The bridge between the towers isn't finished, but if you're careful, watch out for the mercs. They're everywhere.
Any idea how many mercs Nasana's got?
A lot. Dozens of them are wandering around here all day. You'll find more the further up you go.
Why would Nasana kill her own workers?
To her, we're expendable. But I didn't realize she was that ruthless. My friends, co-workers, slaughtered. They were jumping off ledges to escape the dogs.
I don't remember Nasana that well, but I'm almost wondering if you have this encounter just to really sell the fact that she's such a reprehensible individual and you want to end her.
I'll do what I can.
Thank you.
Let's get moving.
Moving to cover.
Probably should be using the rifle for this, but... Okay, well, I thought I was ducking behind something. Duck!
They should soften them up.
That hurt.
What?
I do wish I was using my sniper rifle more, but they don't give me a lot of ammo for it.
Nothing can stop me.
Speaking of it, though, I'm a little rusty.
This should
Still not crazy about the fact that it slows down, though. I feel that I just get screwed up more than...
Collision proximity warning. Requesting assistance.
Shields are down.
Hey, think you're waiting here?
We'll go get him.
You go.
Get your ass in there, and if Santa's not paying you to stand around.
Fine. What else?
Ah, damn it. Thanks for catching that for me, Jack, but Jesus! I wonder if there's a way to turn off the slow...
Got you.
Please reconsider your detected. Hostile forces have engaged.
So I know there's a door that I wanted to go behind, but... I'd kind of prefer to get the ammo, just so I can use my sniper rifle again. All right, nuts to this.
I can take you all. Shit. Taking damage.
Sorry, what was that you said a little bit before, Jack? So now I'm really curious why that door's there.
Please, don't kill us. We'll go. We'll go. Hey, look. They're not Eclipse. You're here to help us, right?
It's one reason I'm here. Come on out. It's safe enough.
Thank you. We are in your debt.
Maybe you can help me. I'm looking for someone. Not a merc. He's on his own.
Well, whoever sealed us in here. When he found us, I thought we were dead, but he just closed the door and locked us in.
An assassin who rescues people. Great.
Assassin? Here for Nasana, I bet. She's got it coming. You treat people like this, it always comes back to bite you in the ass.
I need to get to Nasana's penthouse. What's the quickest way?
Cargo elevator is the only way up right now.
They're still working up top. Watch your step. Some of the walls aren't in, and it's a long way down.
Cold, too. I hate working up there.
Nasana's not exactly your favorite person?
She's a hard woman to work for.
That's an understatement. She works us long hours, no overtime, and this is what you get in payment.
She's unpleasant, to say the least.
If you don't like the work, just leave.
Easier said than done.
What's stopping you?
Our contract. We're stuck until the job's done. Quitting for any reason can be hazardous to your health.
We hear that anyone who leaves early tends to disappear. Probably just a rumor.
But who wants to find out for sure?
I wouldn't stay here too long. It should be safe down on the lower floors.
I was just thinking the same thing. Let's go, everybody!
Thank you. And tell your assassin to aim for her head. Because she doesn't have a heart.
Get moving!
I'm going to recommit to my idea that this mission is doing everything it can to assure you that Nasana is a bad person and you should definitely kill her. The X97C Viper sniper rifle acquired. The following squad members are now able to use this weapon. Hack the planet. Da, da, da. How's the speed running this fine evening? How you doing, Red Queen Gaming? Just blasting through Mass Effect as I normally do. I mean, we'll be done the trilogy probably before the end of the night, I think. I did have a
Just stand here and wait for them? I like a straight fight, but
Perhaps we should find some cover.
Bethany, have a pleasant day.
Ahead of us.
Alright, this is not the weapon to use. Yeah, I did have a bit of a thought in terms of how I might better handle Mass Effect story missions. Ooh. There's nothing for cover. But yeah, so I was thinking one of the structures that I've got right now is I sort of build up to the story mission, which is kind of the main event. So there'll be side missions, there'll be mining, there'll be whatever. And it occurred to me that when I talk during those side missions, I mean, it's not that there isn't story that's communicated in some of these. Sorry, I thought I might have left something there, but you know, it's not that there's no story communicated in them, but there's definitely a lot less. And so it means that the time that I spend in dialogue is not necessarily going to be related to Mass Effect. It's going to be usually things that either I'm thinking about, or maybe not at all related to Mass Effect, or there's something that reminds me of something and I wind up talking about it, or I complain about UPS or whatever. And I thought, and again, the idea here is that give people a chance to kind of file into the stream, and that way they get to see the big story event at the end. But then I was thinking it might be a better idea for me to actually do the big story event at the beginning of the cast, and that will give me something to talk about. That, you know, I'll still be doing things like mining, I'll still be doing things that have a you know, a more dialogue driven component, but I will have a motivation for me to sort of talk about something in the game rather than drawing from, like, basically if there isn't a big story event to talk about, or if there isn't a big idea inside the game, it gives my mind an opportunity to wander, and as you know, I'll pretty much talk about anything, so.
I haven't heard from teams 4 or 5. Don't worry, my team's always ready to go. I don't know where he is. Not yet.
This guy's not gonna live.
Don't worry about it. We don't need any reinforcements. I'll take care of it. It's under control. I'll go down there myself.
Turn around very slowly.
Damn it.
Have you seen the assassin?
Why are you looking for him? You're not one of Nasana's mercs. Who are you?
Answer my questions and I'll let you go.
Look, pal. Even if I knew where he was, I wouldn't tell you.
Not the answer I was looking for.
I've got nothing more to say to you. If you shoot me, my team's right through there. They'll be all over you.
Is a little information really worth dying over? Is Nasana?
No. I suppose not. Okay, look. Last I heard, the assassin was down on the mezzanine. But the teams on the bridge think they might have spotted him. Nobody knows for sure.
Get out of here.
I'm going.
The storage disk holds a list of genetic information from the Kirosa family. I'm assuming that it's the same fight both ways. Yep.
He's all over the place. What do you mean? We've got reports of him on multiple levels. We think he's traveling through the ducts.
I'm not paying you to think. Just find him, now!
Come on, she'll be throwing us to the dogs next. What the?
Go get him back. That's good.
Allied force casualty.
Oh, god damn it. Well, I can't complain about that one being too slow. I will see that dot, and it will forever be to my shame. Oh, they're really not going to give me the chance to. Alright. God damn it. What's the deal with this? I don't know if this thing is weaker and it has lots of ammo, or if I'm just bad with it. But yeah, so I mean, the nice thing about the weapon that might have had less ammo but sort of hit like a truck. The thing that's nice about that one is. Basically.
Are you guys all right in here?
Get back! Get back! I'll shoot!
Put the weapon down. We won't hurt you.
I don't want to hurt you, but I will. I said get back! I'll do it! Please, don't make me do it.
Hey, I'm not the bad guy here. What's your name?
I'm Talon. Don't come any closer.
Talon, I'm Commander Shepard. I don't work with the mercs, and I don't want to hurt you. I'm here to help.
All right. Here. I don't feel so...
Talon! He's my brother. I just want to see if he's all right. Are you the ones who shot the merc?
It wasn't me. Your brother didn't do it?
No. Talon was standing here with me.
What happened exactly?
The merc found us and shouted at us to move. We panicked, and he shouted more. I thought he was going to kill us, then his head just exploded. Talon picked up the merc's gun, but we were too afraid to leave. Then you showed up.
Clean shot. Very nice.
How safe is that bridge out there?
The bridge is stable, but the wind's your real problem. If it doesn't throw you off, the mercs will definitely try. There's a lot of them out there.
I'm looking for someone. Probably the guy who killed this merc.
Talon thought he saw someone following us, but he's been a bit on edge. I haven't seen anyone but the mercs.
Is the bridge the only way to the penthouse in the other tower?
From here, yeah. It won't be easy. Mercs are patrolling the other side. Whatever Nasana's hiding from must be pretty scary.
There are still mercs up here. You should get to the lower levels.
No need to convince me. Talon, come on, get up.
Can we go home now?
Yeah, we're getting out of here. Thank you.
But yeah, so the sniper rifle that I normally use, I sort of get the idea of slowing it down because if you can get that one shot, it just blows away a ton of health. This other rifle with lots of bullets, it seems like... I mean, I've been missing more with it, which is a problem. But it also sort of feels like it doesn't do as much damage. And of course, this is a bit of a problem because if you're supposed to make it up through volume, that's kind of not what sniper rifles are for.
It's about time. What's going on down there?
I'm afraid your men aren't able to respond, Nasana.
Damn it!
I'll tear you apart! Destroy you! Weakening their integrity! I'll tear you apart!
Alright, let's see if I can make this sniper rifle work again. Yeah, it didn't exactly do a world of good. At least she's kind of standing and just taking it, so... See, Isaac Lanner, I am definitely a Jacobs man. Like, I'm totally fine with something that just, you know, you don't even really have to aim it that well. Just the sheer, like, if you miss the target, the wind is enough to is enough to kill. But it's, I mean, it's a preference thing. I definitely tend to specialize a lot in games. So yep, the Mantis is where I'm going with this. Battle rifle. I'm actually slightly tempted to go back to the... I'm tempted to go back to the Avenger here because that'll have a full auto. Like the submachine gun. Well, yeah, actually, sorry. No, I'm gonna go for the Vindicator because the submachine gun should be my full auto option. Alright. So I'll be, again, I'm lower on, did I get the... Yes, I did. So yeah, like obviously I get 10 shots with this thing, but,
Forget the explosives, he's already passed us!
So, what happened to that Vanguard is a great example of why I prefer this rifle.
Not designed for specialized ammunition.
Keep fighting! Leave them! Let's finish this!
Nothing can stop me. You apart.
In fairness, I probably didn't need a sniper rifle to destroy an explosive item, but it sure feels good. Okay, I can't find this code. There we go.
This is valuable. We've been spotted.
That's just a Loki. You know what? This has a very easy solution. Actually use my biotics.
Hostile forces having their battle engaged.
I'm sure if I played this on a higher difficulty level, I would learn how to use team members and biotics very quickly. But I'm really happy I don't need to. Okay, this is why I have a big scary sniper rifle. Oh, those are turrets. God damn it. Okay, so it does bounce around a little bit when you're under fire. I guess that makes sense. Or maybe that's just natural. Either way, he's down.
Bitch.
I deserve that. Oops.
What the hell am I paying you for? I'm sending in reinforcements.
Wow, this is not a good spot for me to be. Oh god. No fucking way. All right, have a good one, Ego. Thanks for stopping by. We'll probably be done soon.
Incoming.
I don't care what you do. No one gets across that bridge.
I'll send you all the way.
One down.
Critical system damage.
Mind over matter.
What the hell are you waiting for? Just kill them.
Let's see if the Mantis can deal with these things. Whoops. If it can deal with it, I don't have any indicators, so... Ah!
What the hell am I paying you for?
I just want the ammo, man.
Clips forever. Clips never fail. We're looking at
Come on!
Stop me. Let's finish this.
That's weird, I don't have any of these abilities. Oh, it's because of the barriers.
Leave them dead. Move, move, move. Weakening their integrity. I'll crush you.
Oh, I don't have any ammo.
Your bleeding skull. We're gonna kill him.
I suspect Thane got past this because he didn't decide to engage them in combat.
Shepard. But you're dead.
I got better.
And now you're here to kill me.
You're really paranoid, aren't you?
Don't patronize me, Shepard.
Charming as ever.
I'm sure you find this all very ironic. First you take care of my sister, and now you're here for me. Well, you
Excuse
made
me.
it this far. Now what?
You really think I'm here to kill you?
Do you have another reason for destroying my tower? Decimating my security?
I'm just looking for someone.
You expect me to believe that? Is it credits? Is that what you want? Just tell me a price. We can make this problem go away.
Make me an offer.
Double whatever you're getting. And I'll pay double again if you tell me who hired you. What? I heard something. Damn it. Check the other entrances. You stay put. When I'm finished dealing with this nuisance, you and I are going to...
Nice entrance.
I was hoping to talk to you.
I apologize, but prayers for the wicked must not be forsaken.
Do you really think she deserves it?
Not for her, for me. The measure of an individual can be difficult to discern by actions alone. Take you, for instance. All this destruction, chaos. I was curious to see how far you'd go to find me. Well, here I am.
How'd you know I was coming at all?
I didn't. Not until you marched in the front door and started shooting. Nasana had become paranoid. You saw the strength of her guard force. She believed one of her sisters would kill her. You were a valuable distraction.
One thing that I really like about... I don't quite know why. So earlier on, the lighting is sometimes a little bit off. Like it's very uniform. And things look a little bit flat. But obviously, this is a hell of an introduction to a character. He's really interesting, and these little, tracking shots up from the body of Nassandra towards him with the light sort of streaming in, and just, generally this sort of stuff is really cool. I don't quite know why sometimes the lighting doesn't have the level of polish that it does here, but I'm also assuming, like, when you're talking with the Solarian, that you're just going to send down to the lobby. Like, I don't think anybody really is too worried about the quality of the cinematography, so... Yes, Talwyn! Good to see you!
You used me so you could kill her.
I needed a diversion. You needed to speak with me. You certainly fulfilled your end of the bargain. What would you like to discuss?
Someone's been abducting entire human colonies. We're gonna stop them. We already know the culprits. A race called the Collectors.
I've heard of them. Attacking the Collectors would require passing through the Omega-4 relay. No ship has ever returned from doing so.
They told me it was impossible to get to Ilos, too.
A fair point. You've built a career on performing the impossible. This was to be my last job. I'm dying. Low survival odds don't concern me. The abduction of your colonists does.
You're dying. Are you contagious? How long do you have?
If you're interested, we can discuss it on your ship. The problem isn't contagious, and it won't affect my work.
I hadn't heard that. Is there anything I can do?
Giving me this opportunity is enough. The universe is a dark place. I'm trying to make it brighter before I die. Many innocents died today. I wasn't fast enough and they suffered. I must atone for that. I will work for you, Shepard. No charge.
I think one of the things I always liked about Thane was his posture. It's an interesting character, but... I mean, the Quarians look interesting. The Turians look interesting. I think the Volus are sort of unlikable by design. And, you know, the Asari are interesting in that, but I always sort of look at them as space elves. And I remember when I was, like, little, and I was into, like, role-playing stuff, like, obviously elves were always so cool. And, like, I'm pretty tall and I'm very skinny, so... And generally elves are supposed to be sort of intelligent and, you know, that's sort of, you know... Sure, they're just like me. I'm the smartest guy in the room, and I know magic. And, but I don't know. Maybe it's just because I thought it was so. You know, I overindulged when I was first exposed. It's not always as interesting to me. Although I do think a lot of fantasy stuff is sort of becoming aware of that, and so people have their own takes. I remember playing Divinity Original Sin 2 with someone, and they really didn't want to play an elf because they thought it was fine that they were sort of, you know, tall and skinny, but they didn't like the fact that they sort of had these like tribal markings on their body because it made them look ugly. And I was like, that's so interesting. That is like elves are a pure vanity project for people. Because I thought it was I thought they had an interesting take on elves. And it's sort of interesting how Elder Scrolls sort of seems to be approaching it as well, which was dark elves seemed to... Maybe they weren't exactly bad guys, but I think they seem to be pushing the high elves as the ones who are more antagonistic. And then the dwarves are supposed to be, or equivalent of dwarves, are supposed to be sort of another variant of elf race. I need to understand Elder Scrolls lore a little bit better. But yeah, I think the thing that's neat about Thane, like, there is just something, again, the way he carries himself. Obviously, you know, the warrior monk kind of thing is not groundbreaking. You know, it's an archetype we understand reasonably well. It's a character that I sort of know from some other ones, so it's not like I'm like, oh my god, it's an assassin who has sort of deep convictions about killing and respect for the dead. I've never seen this before. Like, not everything has to be like totally brand new each time around, but I don't know. I do sort of like... I think out of all of the characters, and it's maybe something I never really picked up on directly before, I just like the way that he moves. And I think one of the things that really enhances these little cutscenes, these dialogue scenes, is... So, again, because this game sort of seems to be trying to adopt cinematic techniques, decisions in terms of where you move people in a scene tell the story. We learned that with the dialogue with Jack, and, you know, the progression from purely being in silhouette and her jumping on tables and trying to establish some kind of dominance with you to, you know, seeing her more often in light and a little bit more equality in terms of the angles. That was something that's obviously already at play, but I definitely think that Thane, both just in terms of animations and the way that he, you know, again, posture, his presentation, where he moves in the scene and whatnot, I find that very interesting to look at. But I think it also tends to get used very well in terms of the scene. And then obviously, you know, they have a big, you know, bright source of a flare, a big sun in the background, which helps with, you know, with the dramatic looks and such. But even with that on his own, like, I kind of imagine that if I could just open up the files, and I don't know if you can look at this in like the Unreal tools. Like, I can sort of just imagine myself, like, opening it up and just watching all the Thane animations. So, anyways. Yeah, apparently the cannibalism thing wasn't a big deal. Isaacson has always been keen on fey folk and infernal beings. Which one am I? Oh wait, no, sorry, I'd totally be an elf. Okay, so I'm not an infernal being. All right, recruited Thane Krios for the team, but medically questionable unless mission is resolved quickly. Legal representatives dealing with the public damage to Dantius Towers. Viper sniper rifle, rapid fire military sniper rifle, incredibly accurate and deadly at long range. I'll dispute that. These weapons are popular amongst infiltrators and assassins. Very effective against armor, somewhat effective against shields and biotic barriers. Upgrades the Mantis sniper rifle. Okay, apparently this is an upgrade. Rosenkov Materials developed this deadly weapon in response to the rising prevalence of kinetic barriers. While kinetic barriers offer some protection from this weapon, its sheer power and rapid rate of fire make it capable of killing almost any target, regardless of its defenses. I will try the Viper again, but it did not work for me that well. And we're good. All right, guys, it's almost 3 in the morning now. I already went overtime. I'm sorry, Talwyn. I know you just came in, and I know you had some stuff to say about Elder Scrolls, but I have been trying to find a graceful exit. We'll watch these remaining cutscenes.
I've heard impressive stories, Krios. Sounds like you'll be an asset to the team. That is, if you're comfortable having an assassin watch your back.
I've accepted a contract. My arm is Shepard's.
Uh-huh. Don't know about you, but I'm loyal to more than my next paycheck.
Obviously he is too. He's doing this mission gratis. What's your concern?
I don't like mercenaries. An assassin is just a precise mercenary.
An assassin is a weapon. A weapon doesn't choose to kill. The one who wields it does. Where shall I put my things? I'd prefer someplace dry if anything is available.
The area near the life support plant on the crew deck tends to be slightly more arid than the rest of the ship.
Ah, an AI. My thanks.
He seems quite civil.
Oops.
We need all the help we can get. He's not what I expected in an assassin. He may surprise you.
Yeah, and he may not.
So actually, it's a really, I think actually the contrast between Jacob and Thane, I don't think this is something they're trying to communicate in terms of characters. Obviously, they're very opposed to each other, so the fact that their body language is so different really works. But like, if you just think about the way that Jacob carries himself, you know, we're gonna get loud on the Citadel and drop the drinks and whatever. You know, it's almost kind of top heavy. Like, you know, he folds his arms and there's like that one side that's like lower than the other one, or you know, you kind of imagine him as the guy who'll get in close and like pat you on the back or something like that. Whereas in that same scene, Thane is standing, you know, perfectly straight, arms behind his back. It's like, as soon as he, you know, when he gives that little bow, I'm like, oh wow, he broke the form, you know. And again, I just really like watching Thane. I like the look of the character, and yeah, it's neat. But anyways, this is again why I think in future I'm going to try and do the story missions at the beginning of the stream, and we'll see maybe if I can have a little bit more to say about Mass Effect. I do plan on trying to do a little bit more. I'm noticing I'm getting a big list of things that I've long wanted to do and I'm not getting around to. So I might need to rethink my schedule a little bit. I want to get back to XCOM 2 if I can. I'd like to do some more Frozen signups too. There's some games which I haven't even started that I would like to cover. Obviously, if I finish Mass Effect 2, then that implies, you know, Mass Effect 3. And one of the challenges, of course, is that Monday's dedicated to Paradox games, Wednesday's dedicated to Cultist Simulator. And It's increasingly unlikely that I'll do weekend casts because I tend to use those for recording new Elder Scrolls episodes, all of which I enjoy very much. But when you think about it, Friday is really my only free day, and if I only have one day a week with which I can do, with which I can consider it sort of a free day and progress within a game, especially if the game is quite long, I won't make a lot of progress. But I'm quite happy with Mass Effect, and if you guys are into Mass Effect, I don't mind doing it. I am a little curious. So one of the things that I always find difficult, and this is going to be a little bit more just sort of streaming talk. I'll find somebody to host before the end of the night. So one of the challenges that I run into in terms of Twitter polls or something like that, I'll usually say something to the effect of, if I was to do X, would you watch that? Now, this isn't a great question to ask an audience, and I try to avoid questions of that form where I can, because I don't think...
I would never want to belong to any club that would have some...
Holden Jack, thank you very much for that follow. I really appreciate that. I'm glad you enjoyed things long enough to follow. So one of the problems that I have with that is that I think if I say, hey, would you like to see me do X? Unless you actively dislike that thing, what's implied inside of it is there's going to be more content. For whatever reason, if you like my stuff, more of my stuff is a good thing. And I'm very happy that that's the state. But what I tend to do when I ask questions along those lines is usually, compared to what I'm doing right now, just woke up. I'm actually just wrapping up Holden Jack, so I apologize. I live in the Eastern time zone, so it's actually 2:50 in the morning for me, so this is a later cast for me. I'm sorry to keep you from, or I'm sorry not to give you so much content, but we will be rating some, listening to a list of the content you'll like. Oh, thank you so much. Yeah. I mean, the challenge is that, Monday and Wednesday definitely are my regular, Grand Strategy, Crusader Kings 2 at the moment, and Cultist Simulator. So those are sort of taking up a lot of the oxygen. But like I said, I'm definitely coming up with some fun stuff to do on Fridays. But yeah, so just this may be a good little PSA in terms of what I'm essentially asking when I say, is there something you'd like to see? Really what I'm trying to do is figure out what the trade-off is. So if people really like Mass Effect 2, and I say, I'm going to try, I get quite a few sort of very small developer key offers, and they're games that I don't always 100% think that I can sustain a full cast on, or I'm not 100% sure if it will be something that is worth the time to cover. But I also know that some people do like to find new things through the channel. So that's the question, is a Let's Explore Some Indie Games stream equivalent to a Mass Effect? If so, then maybe I can alternate that. If it's less than a Mass Effect, maybe that's not a good idea to stream something like that. And then I'm always looking for fun new games to play. So to give you an idea of some of the games that I've been thinking about for the future, and no promises in terms of when that will happen, but just taking a look at a whiteboard that I'm keeping here. Life is Strange 2, Walking Dead 2 I want to get back to, obviously continuing on with XCOM 2, Frozen Synapse 2, more of the Mass Effect series. I know some people would like to see me play Hatoful Boyfriend. There's a Wolfenstein sequel. I've never touched Dragon Age. I've never touched The Witcher. I'd like to get back to BattleTech. Also, I've been thinking about some YouTube videos to try and do games which are actually known for being very complicated. So things like Dominions 4 or Conquest of Elysium, Aurora 4X, or Command Air Naval Operations. I may find that they're actually just too much for me and I can't carry on with them. But yeah, as always, I like a lot of strategy stuff. And so as a result, you know, it doesn't take a lot for me to want to play XCOM 2 again, especially because I still haven't touched the new Legacy missions. But yeah, with that in mind, if there is anything, it doesn't even have to be anything on that list, but if there's stuff that you think you might enjoy seeing me play, you can always mention that in chat. You can mention that on Twitter. You can send me messages. I'd like to think I'm reasonably available. And one final note, I did get, so again, the new blog entry, I'm a little on the fence about it. It's a bit longer than what I wanted it to be, and I hesitated writing it because it is about unemployment, and I don't have I talk more about business dynamics, and I don't think business dynamics is the big story when somebody loses their job. I think it's actually a really insensitive take to have. So I hesitated to write it for a while, and then I realized it was getting close to the end of the month, and then I rushed to write it. And so I think it wound up being longer and a little less articulate than I wanted it to be. But it is a blog entry on the closure of Telltale. So yes, Holden Jack. Now I may not get, I may not pick up the DLC right away, but I'd just be happy to do the base campaign again. But yeah, I liked BattleTech, so I'll just put the link in here, systemdoc.ca. That's if you, yeah, there it is right here. So yeah, I'll definitely say I'm not going to be upset if you guys skip over studio closure. If you've never seen the blog before, I was very happy with how your EA Takes Suck turned out, but I know everybody got pissed off on YouTube. That's actually the funny thing. People who read it seem to like it a lot, and people who saw the YouTube video are really mad. But yeah, the blog doesn't get read that much. Usually when I write things that make people mad, it gets read more, which is a very unfortunate feature about trying to get stuff out online. But yeah, it's ostensibly about the Telltale layoffs. I go a little bit into my biography if you guys are interested in that, but it's mostly trying to address what some of the common takes were that I thought were bad ones on it, to talk a little bit about what it means for a studio to close, and maybe to try and articulate a medium to long-term effect that gives me slight optimism. So anyway, sorry guys, I know I said I was going off, so let me just catch up. Yeah, so Isaac wants me to see me do Dragon Age and The Witcher. Try cast and get Johnny to voice of Bird Boy. Oh, if I want to do, okay, that's good to know. Eyes of Sin. Dragon Age 1 and 3 were great, as was the new Witcher game. More BattleTech, and just imagine you looking at viewership numbers and thinking, oh no, what do I do? Oh, for the blog. Yeah. Anyways, guys, I'm filibustering this ending as I always tend to do. So let me just quickly see who is up. Yeah, I mean, I try not to write, so the only thing I'll say about the EA blog is that I chose a deliberately aggressive tone, which was a stylistic choice, and I think the reason people got mad about it on YouTube is that if you're used to reading stuff, I think you can appreciate that something is written in a voice, and if you have some guy reading something on YouTube, you may be a little bit more inclined to take it at surface value, but yeah, with that in mind, if you guys do enjoy my writing, either let me know or share it, because it's one that I'm actually more willing to shirk on because it is the least... Even my Twitter account gets more views than the blog. I'll probably keep writing on my own, but usually if you want more of something, a signal for it is great. I realize that's a really shameless plug for my blog. But it's kind of the way this stuff works. I have a finite amount of time, and so I do tend to respond to where I think things have the most impact, and it's pretty clear that the blog is not quite found its stride in the way that the channel has. But with that in mind, let's let's host W Shand. I like his stuff. He's doing the Midnight Society, so I hope you haven't gotten tired of scary games. I have no idea what he's doing, but he's got a lot of people watching him, so feel free to enjoy W Shand. Very active, very entertaining caster. And as for me, you'll most likely see me on Monday for Crusader Kings 2. If anything changes, I'll always announce that on Twitter. But with that in mind, I will leave you in the capable hands of the man from Vancouver. Have a good night. Thank you for the follows, and we'll see you next time.